maybe we'll start now. David might just be coming, hopefully. Okay, so welcome to the first panel for the second day of the conference. My name's Hannah Loney. Oh, David's there. Excellent. Okay, so just before I start, I'm speaking to you from Melbourne in Australia. And so one of the things that we do at the start of a conference or a panel in Australia is to acknowledge that we are speaking on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. And I want to pay my respects to the traditional owners of this land and to leaders past, present and emerging. Now, this panel is called International Solidarity with the Struggle for Timor-Leste's Self-Determination. So I want to thank, of course, the owners of organisers of the conference for putting this together. I know very well some of the challenges that you encounter when you organise a TLSA conference. And I was just thinking yesterday, usually I'm running around doing all the organising, so it's really nice to be able to attend and to participate this time, and I'm sure Mike probably feels much the same. I can take a step back and so they're doing a wonderful job. It's really fantastic, so thank you. So this panel is Rui, David and I sort of are pulling it together. We're focusing, as I mentioned, on the international solidarity movement for Timor-Leste's self-determination. And this, I think, will connect to some of the discussions that we had in some of the sessions yesterday as well. So hopefully we can continue some common themes there. So we've got quite a big, we've got 4 papers for this first session here now. So what we'll do is we'll go through the speakers, each of the speakers, and then we'll save time at the end for discussion and for questions. So I might ask that if you have a question that you write down, and then we can come back at the end and hopefully have a nice discussion that continues over these 3 sessions that make up this panel. Everyone's on mute, which is good. If you come off mute, I'm going to put you on mute because it works better in terms of hearing. Just note that we're being recorded as well. So when we go through the speakers, and then I'll ask you to raise your hand or put questions in the chat box at the end. Okay, so to start us off, Peter also is speaking from Australia. So Peter Jobe, who is coming to us from the Australian Defence Force Academy at the University of New South Wales. He's talking about the Australian Timor Solidarity movement in the early years of occupation. So I think Peter has a PowerPoint that he's going to share. And if anyone has any issues before we might just get started. Yeah? Okay. So Peter, when you're ready, do you want to perhaps share your screen with us? That's coming through. I see Michael agrees with me. See papers. So when you're ready, Peter, let's get started.
Rightio. Okay, the talk today is on, as Hannah said, the Australian Timor Solidarity movement in the, hang on, why is it gone to the next slide? In the early years of occupation. This is partly the product of a PhD I completed last year, and it was awarded last year. The PhD was about Australian policy towards the occupation from 1975 to 1983. And I'm grateful to the University of New South Wales for giving me a scholarship allowing me to complete that PhD. There's been a lot spoken about Prime Minister Gough Whitlam and the pivotal role he played, and it certainly was a pivotal role in Australian policy towards East Timor, and encouraging, and I'm quite sure that is the proper word to use, the Indonesian intervention. However, I would argue in my research and in my forthcoming book on the subject that Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser was equally, or perhaps even more important in terms of developing the policies towards the occupation of East Timor and the invasion. He was actually Prime Minister when the invasion took place. He was also Prime Minister during those terrible, terrible years that you've documented yourself, Hannah, and others have documented during the worst of the famine, and where the majority of the lives lost during the occupation took place. Malcolm Fraser at the time was a deeply convicted conservative. He gained a reputation of being something else later on. At this stage, he was a Cold War warrior, hostile to the Soviet Union, hostile to the idea of détente, very supportive of the US alliance. He saw, as did Prime Minister Whitlam, the Suharto regime of being of pivotal importance to the stability of the region, Australia's position in the Southeast Asian region. And for that, he determined to give it support. Now, very soon after he became Prime Minister, and he did that under extraordinary circumstances, there was the Indonesian invasion of East Timor on the 7th of December, 1975. Okay. This had been building up for some time with illegal clandestine interventions by the Indonesian military. So it didn't come from nowhere. Fraser knew it was coming. He did not protest it. Why did he take this position? As I said, he saw the importance of the Suharto regime of what he called stability. The previous Sukarno regime had been seen as a threat to Australia's interests, and as had the Indonesian Communist Party. Now, Fraser projected himself on the international arena as a stalwart upholder of international law. He was very critical of, critical of the invasion of Cambodia and of Afghanistan, and at the same time, he projected himself as a liberal humanitarian in issues such as apartheid in South Africa and white majority rule in Zimbabwe. Therefore, for him to continue this position, he had to produce a narrative of denial, which is what I argue, that denied the reality of what was happening in East Timor, because if he hadn't done that, he would have been forced to take a position on it. However, when the invasion happened, there was already an established Timor Solidarity movement. It was in its very early stages, as you can see. This is a protest organized for the 17th of December, 1975 by that movement. There were Timor Solidarity movements throughout Australia at this time. There was a campaign for an independent East Timor, and very soon after it, there was the Australian East Timor Association in Melbourne. Friends of East Timor in Perth were established. It was supported by a number of publications throughout the Fraser years. The first one, Timor Information Service, was edited by the formidable John Waddingham. There you are, John, who's here with us today. To say that he was the editor is a bit of an understatement. I think he wrote most of it. It was a very important publication in bringing news to the Australian community and the Solidarity movement. The one below it, the East Timor News, was edited by Dennis Freeney. He was a member of the Communist Party of Australia. I should say there were some factional differences in the Solidarity movement during these years. I don't have time to go to that in any detail, however, but there was something on an ideological divide. In the early years, there are a number of actions. There was the trade union banned shipping. There were protests when, for example, the Commonwealth Bank froze a Fretland bank account. Protesters went and poured glue into the locks of some of the banks of the Commonwealth Bank around Australia. There were a number of actions. We had Chris Santos, who was the representative of the Democratic Republic of East Timor, who toured Australia in this period, although doing so put his visa at risk. There was other people, for example, a friend of many of the people here, Helen Hill, was also deeply involved. She produced the Timor Story, one of the early publications that examined the position of Fretland and East Timor independence. Protesters were involved in a number of other actions throughout the period. Here, for example, is a demonstration that was in March 1976, soon after the invasion. And those early demonstrations got quite good numbers in Melbourne, this one's in Adelaide, and elsewhere. Throughout the country, there were similar actions and similar forms of protest. It was hoped by the organisers that this would produce a mass movement. They called it the East Timor Moratorium, based on the successful Vietnam War moratoriums. It never achieved that kind of success. It was never a mass movement. Still, it had a significant role in bringing to the attention of the Australian public and the world the events that were happening in East Timor. And you asked, did they get the information? There was the Radio Mabori radio link to Fretlin. To the right is my friend and comrade Brian Manning. He was the mainstay of the Radio Mabori link. Before the invasion, he visited East Timor, and him and a number of other trade unionists brought along transmitters. So the Fretlin Minister for Information, Alarico Fernandez, had one of these transmitters and was able to keep in contact from 1975 to 1978. There are many other things I could say about it. The radio link, especially its ending, was not controversial. Nevertheless, it played a very important role in bringing information to the world. It was also illegal. There were 3 transmitters seized by Telecom at the behest of the Fraser government. Each time the movement was well organised enough to get another one up and running. Brian organised a team of volunteers to support Radio Mabori. Amongst them was myself in a relatively minor role. To give you an idea, that to the left we have Ken Fry, who was an MP at the time, who was invited. This is the sort of thing that happened. The raid on the Darwin transmission on this particular occasion was too late, and they didn't manage to seize it, even though they targeted it because they knew that Ken Fry was in town to do so. But we better move on. This is the kind of information it brought to the attention of the world. Australia bombing Timor crops. Goes on. It documents the use of Bronco OV-10 aircraft by the United States. This was scoffed at by the supporters of the Fraser government. They claimed that the radio link had no credibility. We now know, of course, that most of the things it said were largely correct. It documented human rights abuses, destruction of crops, the use of aircraft, the use of napalm. All of these things have since been confirmed. And this information was published by the International Solidarity Movement. Okay. The movement, of course, was under scrutiny by the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. For non-Australians, ASIO, that is the domestic spying operation, and they went into a great deal of detail, which in spying on people. So much so that for example, one cable commented that Dennis Freeney usually did his shopping on a Saturday morning. To know something like that, they must have actually followed him around. There was a parliamentary lobby of sympathetic parliamentarians on both sides of politics. Most of them were men, as you can see here. That reflects the nature of Parliament at the time, I am afraid. Nevertheless, many of them were effective. The top 4 are from the Australian Labor Party. The ones on the bottom, haven't got time to mention their names, were from the Liberal Party. They were very critical of their own government's approach, and that caused some embarrassment to the Fraser government. Now, there was a variety of information coming out. There was a radio link. There were also information coming from Catholic sources, from smuggled letters. But the information and the Timor Solidarity movement took a boost in February 1977 with the publication on the Dunn Report on East Timor. Jim Dunn was a former consul, Australian consul to Dili under the Portuguese period in the early 60s. He was a former diplomat and intelligence officer. He went to Portugal and he interviewed Timorese refugees there. Based on that, he produced a detailed report concerning the atrocities that were happening there. If anyone wants more detail, I published a paper on this in the 2017 proceedings of TLSA, which goes into it. This had quite a lot of impact, not only in Australia, but internationally as well. Dunn took his report and his findings to the international community. He visited Holland, he visited Portugal, he visited Sweden, he visited the United Kingdom, and he visited the United States. And he received quite a lot of publicity there. Excuse me. The Australian government did everything it could to suppress his findings and to discredit his claims. They wrote, their diplomats informed, and I've gone into quite a bit of detail in my research on this, the international community that his findings were hearsay and had no credibility. Dunn, in fact, had used direct eyewitness accounts. And the Australian government would have been free to interview them. So they, in many ways, it was the exact opposite of, excuse me, it was the exact opposite of hearsay. Nevertheless, the Australian government vigorously opposed it. They were not completely successful. This is a cartoon from The Age of the Time by Tamberg. A pity he's not a radio receiver, making an obvious reference to the fact that the Fraser government had closed down several transmitters, although they were on the air again. They were unable to completely close down Jim, though. Jim went to US Congress and testified there, and his testimony had an ongoing impact and brought the matter to light in the United States. And it never left the US Congress agenda after that. Of course, there's Jim. Unfortunately, Jim passed away just in January this year, the 29th of January. I was privileged to be asked to speak at his funeral, a great loss to the movement. Of course, one of the matters that also received attention was what they call the Balibo Five and Roger East, the 6 journalists who were killed in East Timor. In many ways, I remember at the time, as a young activist, I was slightly frustrated that the issue of the deaths of 6 journalists received more publicity than the huge numbers of people who were dying in Timor. Nevertheless, it was effective in putting the issue in the public agenda. And one person who was very vigorously active in doing that is someone I'm sure many of you know, is Shirley Shackleton. This is a more recent picture of her. As you can see, she's still protesting. She was relentless throughout those years, even though she was living in quite difficult circumstances. She kept up the fight, and it's an enormous tribute to her efforts to do so. She, of course, was the partner of Greg Shackleton, one of the murdered journalists. Okay, as in the time, protests continue. As I said, it would be wrong to say that the Timor Solidarity Movement was ever a mass movement. It never had the number of people involved in it as did other issues, such as the apartheid movement in South Africa attracted far more people, as did other issues such as uranium mining. There was never a mass movement. Partly, I think, because it lacked the visual references that are so effective. The issues of South Africa were on the news on a regular basis. Timor was not. This particular demonstration is another old friend of mine, Rob Wesley Smith, who I'm sure some of you also know. And this was a demonstration. I think I was sitting over to the left. I was actually at this demonstration where Rob announced that they would be burning a dog. To our surprise, while demonstrations usually attracted a small number of people, after that got publicity, there were hundreds of people who were very angry. I thought, oh, great. People are angry about East Timor. But that wasn't the case. He produced a toy dog, which he didn't burn, and talked about East Timor. One area in which the Solidarity Movement was effective was in stopping Suharto's visit. There were several attempts to arrange a visit to Australia. And I know this because I've gone through the documentation. Suharto wanted to come, and the Fraser government wanted him to come. However, he was fearful of demonstrations, that it would be a loss of face. Officials asked the Australian government to guarantee that he wouldn't be embarrassed in that way, and of course, they couldn't do that. So ultimately, that they were successful, I think, in stopping such a visit. Another organisation that became more effective in the later years as numbers dropped off, because unfortunately they did, was the Australian Council for Overseas Aid, a peak aid organisation that took up the Timor issue. This is their publication, East Timor report that they produced throughout the 1980s. And that was quite, and they were quite effective in continuing the movement as many sections of the public unfortunately lost interest. One of the issues, as I said, that we had was the lack of visual images. In 1979, the journalist Peter Rogers did manage to get some pictures out, and this was one of them. This is a poster for the 1979 demonstration at the anniversary of the invasion. The Timor Solidarity movement continued. It was smaller in numbers as the 1980s progressed, and therefore it used other activities. It lobbied the Australian Labor Party, it lobbied churches, it lobbied trade unionists. Many of those dedicated activists were there throughout the period, and I have to take my hats off to them. I wasn't the one who continued right throughout the 80s. It remained a very active and important part of the solidarity of the Timor campaign, because even though it was small in numbers, what it did was important. So the question is, how successful was this early movement? It was not successful in establishing a mass movement. It did not succeed in changing Australian government policies, and of course it did not succeed in facilitating an Indonesian withdrawal. However, it was important in documenting the reality of the situation in East Timor in those early years to Australia in the world. And as such, it laid groundwork for future campaigns. By bringing this information to the world, it was actually pretty important in keeping it on the agenda of the United Nations. There was pressure on a lot of European countries, European Union countries, or European Community countries, as it was called at the time, to change their vote at the United States against the yearly motions about East Timor. If they'd done that, it would have been much harder to get East Timor back on the international agenda. Pressure from solidarity movements was a key factor. And I know that because I looked at what conversations with diplomats between Australian and, for example, West German diplomats. They actually confirmed this, that the solidarity movements in their own countries prevented them from changing their votes. So, as such, it laid the basis of the campaign and provided a framework that was there as the solidarity movement revived after Santa Cruz. I see I'm almost up to 20 minutes, but I'll just finish with a short advertisement. My research, not just about the solidarity movement, but Australian policies throughout this period, has been published next year. This is a working title. It might change a little bit, but Melbourne University have signed me up for a contract, and we're expecting publication next year.
Clapping. Thank you very much, Peter, and good timing as well. I like people that stick to the time. They were wonderful images as well. to just see the clips and things. So we'll come back to some questions later, but I think there's again some parallels with the discussions we had yesterday in terms of images, in terms of strategies, and in terms of effect as well. And I think maybe we can draw out some of those comparisons with David's discussion of the Canadian Solidarity Movement a bit later. Now, our next speaker, I don't think is here, unfortunately. No. So we might have to just, I don't think, Rui, have you had any update? No. I've got you on mute, Rui. I can't hear you. I'm unmuting.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry.
Thank you. No yeah. Update. I've been in touch with her recently via email, and she was supposed to be here, but she's not. So let's hope that everything is all right in Jakarta.
Yeah.
And let's wait a little more. Some next speaker will.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I read the paper in full. This was about the Indonesian Solidarity Movement, and I was so looking forward to it. But you know, sometimes things happen. So we might just move on anyway. So Marcel, are you ready to go now? I will just unmute you. Do you want to unmute? There we go. Yep, you should be unmuted now.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah. And do you have a PowerPoint that you want to share with us?
No, maybe just a picture, and I'll share my screen after.
You share your screen, okay?
Yeah. Okay. So hi everyone. So nice to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm a second-year PhD student here at the University of Manchester, and I've been working with East Timor since I was an undergrad, and I'm still trying to figure some things out on my PhD. So this presentation is it's a part of my PhD, and I will share with you some of my thoughts. So in my PhD, I've been focused on how the images of wounded bodies affected the East Timorese struggle for independence. So I'm looking specifically to three movements. First one is the resistance movement in East Timor, and how it changed after the Santa Cruz massacre. The second one is the solidarity movement in Portugal, especially the week before, the week that preceded the actual decision of the UN to actually do something about it. And specifically, I'm talking about like the movements, the dressed in white and the human chain in Portugal. And the third one is the memorialization practice developing nowadays in East Timor. So for each case, I will analyze my thesis. I will focus on the analysis of photos, videos, drawings, poetry, and some of demonstrations as affect manifestations to understand the impact of the images in these movements. In this sense, I'm interested in not only the importance of the images, as we have been discussing, we've been discussing since yesterday in the visual panel, the images of horror, but what they can do to us, what they can produce. Or in other words, what political effects they can have. In this sense, it is important to discuss here the role of affect, what exactly is affect, and why it's important to understand the East Timorese struggle for independence. So for the purpose of this presentation, I analyzed the photograph of a boy looking at drawings of the Santa Cruz massacre made by children in what seems to be an exhibition. I'll try to share the image with you. Just a second. Can you see the photograph? yeah. Okay, so if I change, you can still see the photograph, right? Okay.
Yeah, we can see.
Oh my God, just a second, because the, okay. So yeah, for the purpose of this presentation, I took this photograph as an exercise to think about affect, to understand a little bit more about the affect and the East Timorese struggle. So based on my analysis of this photograph, I will focus on three main questions for this presentation, in this presentation. The first one is how affects are important and why they matter in context of trauma. So according to my understanding of affect, based on a Spinozist delusion tradition, affects concern the encounter between bodies and the changes it causes in our political capacity to act. In this sense, the way we are changed by the encounters we have with other bodies, being these bodies alive or not, in our daily lives, it can lead us to be more or less politically active. So what causes this change, according to Deleuze, is the affect or the feeling of shame. This is the feeling he's calling shame, which means being aware of something we could not see before. And more specifically, it's being aware what we can do about this thing we are now aware of. So in other words, it's the capacity to see something that we can actually do something about it. This is shame for Deleuze. Second, it's how we can think about affect technologies in the cases like that of East Timor. So in the image I analyzed here, it is possible to observe a child looking at drawings of tortured bodies. These drawings were made by children, according to the website I found them. So the drawings are probably the first thing that calls our attention to the image, and this is what shame is to us in this image. So in this sense, affects our political technologies, and we must pay attention to its mediation, to the techniques and technologies that can produce and work through affect. In this particular image, as in the case of solidarity movements, the images of wounded bodies were the affective technology capable of changing the world's perception on what was happening in East Timor. So basically, it's something that we've been discussing since yesterday in the visual panel. Okay, the third aspect of how affective expressions impact memorialization, it's how affect expressions impact memorialization practice. So here I want to call attention to the role of bodies in maintaining the memory of the East Timorese struggle alive. In this sense, bodies can also be the means of mobilizing affections for the purpose of memorialization. In the case of East Timor, it can be said that this embodiment of memory occurs in two ways. And this is what I'm going to explore with more details in my thesis. First, the injured body is mobilized as the very symbol of the traumatic past, being represented in paintings, drawings, as the photograph analyzed here, and poems. In this sense, the showing of this body is a way of remembering a past that should not be repeated in the future. And second, the recreational presentation of the massacre every year as a way of informing the new generations of horrors of what happened, not only inscribes the bodies that reenact these events as a living memory of the massacre, but they also reinforce the Santa Cruz Cemetery as a place of struggle and future political activism. So, so basically, I'm interested in how these images are used as effective technologies in these three movements, and they are still mobilizing political efforts. So the way I'm seeing, the way I'm understanding affect here is being able to do something, is being able to change politics. and I'm trying to look at the images and the bodies as this element that can make us do something. Is this element that can, as Deleuze argues, can shame us, and in a sense can make us go from a passive state, as he put it, we go from a passive state of being to an active state of being. So I'm looking at these photographs, I'm looking at these poems, and looking at these videos to understand these affective manifestations. Okay, I think I'll leave it here, and I welcome any thoughts and comments you might have. Thank you. I need to stop sharing the screen. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Can I ask who took that photograph that you showed just before we?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Can I ask who took the photograph that you showed us before?
Okay, yeah, that's one thing I wish I could talk about also. I found this picture in a blog, and okay. I tried to reach the source and I couldn't find it. So yeah, this is something I've been struggling with, actually, in trying to find the source of photographs and drawings, and I mean, if you have any thoughts about it, it's also be great.
Okay, thank you very much. We might have the final presentation before we come back with some questions, but thank you very much. I didn't introduce you as well, which was terrible, but I put the title of your paper in the chat for everyone for everyone to see. So thank you very much, Marcel. So I guess the final, the third speaker for this opening session then is Monica, who is coming to us from Germany. So we have an international kind of panel, which is really good. The paper is titled Solidarity with Timor-Leste in Germany, Contributions Throughout the Years from a Personal Point of View.
Thank you very much, Hannah, but Pokot is here.
Is here?
Yes.
Where?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Would you? All right. Hello. You're here. Excellent. That's fantastic. Did you? I'll just unmute you. Did you want to present? Do you want to do your presentation now?
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Right. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Excellent. Okay, maybe Monica, we can hold off for 1 minute. Your presentation is titled, where is it? A Mirror of Suppression, How the Indonesian Solidarity Movement Took East Timor as the Case Against the Indonesian Dictator. Do you have a PowerPoint you'd like to share with us?
Yes, if I may. Yeah.
You may, absolutely. Yeah, and when you're ready.
Can I just share it now? So,
yes, please do.
That's it. Okay. Can you see it now?
We can see your email. Oh.
Huh?
We can see your screen.
This one? Can you see the PowerPoint?
No, we can see the desktop. Yes, we can see that now.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This, what do you call it? Technical issues. So now you can see the PowerPoint, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So please begin when you're ready.
I was informed. Please let me know after 5 minutes, so I know 5 minutes and 10 minutes, so I can just fast forward. Okay. So thanks for having me here, of course, and thanks for reminding me, because there are some technical issues. Why I call it a mirror of suppression.
Hello?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, I can't really hear. Mirror of suppression. I call it mirror because what happened is in East Timor is also happening with us. That's how they call it. They always say we can feel what happened in East Timor because it happens in any other province in Indonesia. Maybe not as bad as that, but it happens, so they can relate. I'll be focusing on the Indonesian solidarity movement and the transnational struggle for the East Timorese independence and Indonesian liberation in '89 until the 1899, because the Indonesian began to aware, you can call it, begin to make more masses of a masses movement around the 1890. So let me just start with the most common info. This is the Indonesian invasion in '75. Of course, Indonesia never call it invasion. They call the process of integration in the '75. So what makes them integrate East Timor is because this is not what we want. So this is the propaganda. Propaganda is that, no, we never won it. They asked us for this. And then this is when we finally get those Portuguese colonials. We're helping the Timorese. And this is, you know, even the Portuguese youth is also on our side. Even the younger brother of Ramos Horta also with us. So the good people with us. That's the propaganda. And this is also the Fretilin who finally enlightened and joined the Indonesian. At least that's how it's introduced. But then Indonesia, even after 25 years of occupation, they never really have all the area. They basically have only the more western part, because the struggle, the fighting is just everywhere. And one thing, every time you ask an Indonesian military, they will say, we don't know what we are facing. We're just sent there. So they don't really offend with it. So this is just another attack in 77, 79. This is defense of Lag. One after another attack, one after another attempt, military campaign. But then, yes, there's the basis of Fretilin everywhere, and they fight. Then I used the Timor Gap in the beginning, but in the 97, you can see like when it's under the Indonesian occupation, under the Indonesian territory, the Indonesian oligarch kind of selling it, kind of make their own deal for their own business. So when we talk about solidarity, I think there's nothing that bond and unite the Indonesian and East Timorese more than their sense and their intention to get rid of this guy, the Suharto of the Indonesian regime. The first picture is in the 65 after the communist massacre, and this is when he's in his office, smiling general. So why is 89? There's several external factor. I'm just gonna skip this. There's some external factor. What makes 89 become the moment where Indonesian begin to realize and begin to aware of what happened in East Timor. 89 is the time when Indonesia began to have their oil resource exploitation. So it's not only in Timor. It's also happened in Aceh. The military operation in Aceh also started in 89, again for the oil, and in Ambon, in Papua. So it's basically in every area. So when they feel that this is really us today, and you really feel because Timor is just too far away. They, of course, they don't think that way, that much. But when they really feel it in the 89, that the oligarch just take everything from us, then the sense of awareness is there. Well, I would say that the some characteristics, they have the sense of togetherness. I hope it's true. The togetherness of repression. They face the militaristic suppression. We all suppressed, we all killed, we all just gone. That's what they call it in Indonesia. If you're not around after 3 days, then your family makes the prayers in case you're dead. Discrimination. Of course, you have the common enemy. The common enemy is the new regime, and they have nothing to lose. We are suppressed that much. We are exploited that much. It's either we resist or we die. If you resist, you might die, but you might work. If you just accept, you'll be die. So that's the thing. Then East Timor is gaining an international recognition because formally it's still under the Portuguese administration. Of course, most Indonesians don't know this. This kind of feeling. Then they start to have the student activists, the member of the church. Talking about the church, it's gonna be another chapter. But it's actually some of the, I divide it as the old and the new generation. The old generation, before the 89s, is the generation of Lim Siliong in Tapal, or Prinsen, the Dutch turned in Indonesian citizens who also support this. Their approach is more to international approach. They're Indonesian intellectuals who are aware about this, but it's not widely known yet. But the later generation is no longer about the elite group. It's just everyone. It's more spreading. It's sporadic. It's what do you call it? The youth, the ones with same generation, I will call it. Then there's the demographic regeneration, although in general there's this demographic regeneration, but specifically in Indonesia and East Timor, in Indonesia massacre in 65 and in East Timor in 75, when they talk, there will always be a shared memory, a memory of loss, memory of discrimination, memory of unfairness. You just don't know what happened, and then you just can't talk. And one more is in 89, Indonesia began to have the advisor, like from CSIS, like the Indonesian military advisor, advised them to go for ethic policy, such as what the Dutch do to Indonesian back then, is when the colonial is responsible for their colony. So they educate a Timorese student. They send them to Jakarta, they send them to Indonesia by hoping, by expectation that they return to Timor and become part of the Indonesian and, spreading the Indonesian idea. The truth is not. The truth is they come to Indonesia, they join with the solidarity, they go against the government. But why the Indonesian government do that? Because of, again, international pressure for this. Even until 95, they can't really make all the Timorese speaks Indonesia. So I think they don't mingle, they don't integrate them well, because they don't even speak the language. Only selected people, only handful of I'm not sure about this, but only a handful of Timorese knows the Indonesian, usually those who go for a seminary, because there's Indonesian ordinariates, mainly Jesuits, go to East Timor for that. And this is the first joint action they have, the Hamutok operation. When they go to the Dutch embassy, you can see that this is Dutch embassy and the Russian embassy is in one line. So when they kind of join forces to climb the fence of the embassy, they can communicate because it's not so far away. Why Dutch and Russian embassy? Simple reasoning, because their fence is the lowest compared with other embassy. So the one who go to the Dutch embassy, there's Ray, there's someone from the Renatil, and 3 from the Indonesian Solidarity, and the other one is going to the Russian embassy. When they go to the Dutch embassy, they're actually welcomed. Well, you don't really call it welcome, but they meet the Dutch ambassador, Mr. Brouwen, and there's also human rights activist, Vincent, who meet them and ask them nicely, politely, come on, this is not the way. And then Brouwen, the Dutch ambassador, also called Ali Alatas, the then foreign minister, but there's no reply on this. So this is the proof of the first joint action. This is in 7th of December in 95. So this is one. So there's another one called Yeni. When they were here in the Hamutok operation, Yeni is still imprisoned because the subversion law, she go against the government. So she's still in prison. That's why she don't join it. So when the others, like they were caught or were sick by the government, she just released. And when she's released, she get an invitation from Professor Magalhaes. Hello? Yeah, she got an invitation from Professor Magalhaes to go to, maybe I pronounced it wrong, to go to Lisbon. So she go there in 96, and she get another invitation to go to Germany. Just after her conference in Germany, she was informed that Indonesian intelligence is already in Germany looking for her. So she backpack, and then she go to the Netherlands. What happened? What was the voice? Go there, and she lost her passport until 98 when the president is fall. So here's it, how the united behind bars. When the solidarities united behind bars. This is the sample of Cipinang. Why I make Cipinang as the sample? Because most resource I get is about the prison in Cipinang. And that's also where Sanana is. But it's not only in Cipinang, it's also in Sukamiskin, another prison. So they actually communicate. And this is the football team in the prison, happy football team. And when they celebrate the New Year's, Christmas, this is the Christmas. It's Christmas in 1997. And here's the saying, like, theoretically, if you're in prison, especially if you're a political prisoner, you can have a communication with the outside world. But the fact is, even if he's in prison, Sanana can write a letter, and the Indonesian prisoner also can write letters, and that there's a letter happening. So this is just a joke. Where do you get those letter for? And I'm not, what is this? I'm not accepting it. Oh, okay, 5 minutes left. Okay, thank you. I'm not accepting it except if you have money with it. So the head of the prisoner let this happen. just because he's the head of prisoner, from the story I heard, the head of prisoner let them make a communicate with the outside world, because they also don't like the new order. So there is interpersonal things in here, because they let it happen. Make it fast. Wait. Okay, this is it. Solidarność. So the 98 and the 99th ballot, there is an interpersonal approach for the East Timor. Someone from the Solidarność, they approached the Habibie's advisor to say that this is the best, and they convince him that if you're doing it before the international pressure, so they don't consider that you're just the follower. So that's also the international coverage, as if, or at least here in Indonesia, as if Habibie is doing it because of international coverage. That's the very reason he don't want to do it. So he's doing it to prove that no, I'm not. I'm doing it because I want to do it. This is what happened in '98. The militia is preparing themselves. The referendum bloodshed that we all know very well. Then I remember when Jenny told me that the UN here is like the Dutch in Srebrenica. They just let them die, you know, like people were, every time anyone talk about this, it's just recalling of that very traumatic memory. So this is what happened in 2001 after the ballots and the referendum bloodshed. I think everybody knows about this. So that's the main point I want to say. And thank you for that, and I'm welcome for any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will come to questions after we have one more paper. So the final paper that we will hear for this session then is Monica, who is going to be Monica Schliescher, who's going to be talking about solidarity in Timor-Leste from Germany. Where are you, Monica? There you are. Would you like time warnings, or are you?
I'm going to share my PowerPoint now with you.
Yeah. Would you like me to give you 5 and 10 minute warnings, or are you okay?
No, it's okay. I'm fine.
No problem. Sure.
Presentation start. It's okay for you?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. Yes, a very warm welcome to you all, and thank you for introducing me. I'm a political scientist and historian, but most of all, I'm a human rights activist, and I have supported the people of Timor-Leste in the spirit of solidarity since the end of the 80s. From 1994 to 2012, I worked with Watch Indonesia as a co-director, and since 2014, I'm director of Stiftung Asienhaus and also in charge of our program on Timor-Leste. I first learned about Timor's struggle while I was studying in university during the 80s. And in Germany, only few NGOs critically highlighted the injustice in Timor at that time. During the 70s, there were left-wing committees for solidarity, and they supported Fretilин's struggle for liberation and acted as a mouthpiece to the German public. Here you can see their pamphlets, and the headline is "The Whole People United Under Unified Leadership, Fretilin Has the Last Say." It's an interview with Rogerio Lobato. The media coverage of the conflict was by and large friendly to the Indonesians in Germany. Critical reports on the development of Suharto, the bloody coup in 1965 or 66, the countless numbers of political prisoners, and the grave human rights violations were few and far between. From the very beginning, Germany, by which I mean the Federal Republic of Germany, had a very strong economic and political relationship with Indonesia. We had supported Suharto from the start and kept good relations. Kohl, who would become chancellor, called Suharto a friend. Here you can see the both gone fishing. Germany's occasional expression of concern about human rights in Timor was not proportional to the enormous trade, economic and military link it had with Indonesia. It was only after the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to Timor in 1996, the German government discussed directly with Timor's representatives. According to confidential reports, Chancellor Kohl told Bishop Belo that an independent East Timor was out of question, but that he would use his influence to encourage Suharto to think about a special status. The German government eagerly parroted Indonesia's political rhetoric. An independent East Timor was untenable, and Indonesia had been reacting to a cry for help and ended a civil war. Germany wasn't alone in doing that. All over the world, we could see a creeping recognition of the annexation. In not exerting enough pressure, the international community enabled Indonesia to keep up the occupation of East Timor in contravention of the international law and ignore resolutions of the United Nations. And we all are aware of the enormous significance of the Santa Cruz massacre in 1991. We heard that yesterday, and David told that as well. And confronted with Max Stahl's recordings and eyewitness reports, Indonesia could no longer deny the atrocities being committed by its military. There was a worldwide wave of solidarity, and in Germany too, East Timor was no longer a blind spot in the view of the different human rights and church organizations. In contrast to the support of the earlier decades, which had centered around Fretilin, the revolutionary front for an independent Timor-Leste, this new support was more of a rights-based approach, with human rights at its core. You remember in 1993, the World Conference on Human Rights reinforced the support and protection of human rights as a priority goal of the international community. And the World Conference considers the denial of the right to self-determination as a violation of human rights and underlines the importance of the effective realization of this right. And this is also reflected in the political developments in East Timor and Indonesia. Xanana Gusmao has created CNRM, the National Council of Maubere Resistance, later CNRT, an umbrella organization for the resistance, and had united the diverse stakeholders. The diplomatic resistance communicated this change to the outside and insisted on Timor-Leste's right to self-determination. And the clandestinos used every opportunity to organize demonstrations, not only in Dili, but also in Jakarta. And the students' resistance group got in contact with Indonesian activists. So East Timor's resistance also had a strong impact on the development of human rights and democracy forces in Indonesia under Suharto. That's what we learned from Pokut. And in Germany, step by step, solidarity for Timor's struggle for the right to self-determination, as well as the movement against the Suharto regime in Indonesia, was growing. Nevertheless, it was never a mass movement. Importantly, everyone was working together. Responsibility for repression and human rights abuses in Indonesia and in Timor lay with the Indonesian military and with Suharto. And we established ourselves into international networks and groups concerned with both countries. In 1992, Germany sold 39 beat-up military vessels, which had formerly belonged to the GDR's National People's Army, to Indonesia and supplied a $1 million credit for their modernization. The deal with Suharto was met with strong opposition, not only by NGOs in the west part of Germany and the opposition parties in parliament, but also with civil liberties and peace activists in the east part of Germany. In May 1993, about 400 activists occupied the vessels in Peenemünde harbor. They feared that the ships would be used in Timor. They would rather see them scrapped than handed over to dictator Suharto. and Portugal as well opposed the deal. The sale was coordinated under exclusion of the Indonesian parliament by then technology minister and the later president Habibie, who had excellent connections to the German arms industry. The Indonesian weekly Tempo, under editor Gunawan Muhammad, publicized the deal. They criticized the high price and reported on criticism within the military to buying the outdated chips. In response, Suharto tried to shield Habibie and presented the sale of the former NPA ships as a cooperation between himself and Chancellor Kohl. In June 1994, Suharto simply outlawed the three critical papers Tempo, Compass, and Detik. And when protests erupted in response, the police reacted violently. The controversial sale thus led to a further clampdown on freedom of the press and assembly, but also to further critics of Suharto's regime. In 1994, in the city of Karlsruhe, the conference of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the European Union and ASEAN took place. NGOs demanded dialogue on human rights, but our Foreign Minister Klaus Kinkel announced in advance that he didn't intend to bring up human rights. The Greens of the European Parliament invited NGOs, and East Timor was also on the agenda. Here you can see José Amorim Diaz, a representative of the CNRM to the European Union in Brussels, attended and participated in a demonstration we organized, and in tandem with Renato Constantino, who was the organizer of the Asia-Pacific Coalition for East Timor. Our memorial virgil was authorized by the city of Karlsruhe and surprisingly banned just before the beginning. The text of the banners, 200,000 dead in Timor-Leste, why does Germany export weapons to Indonesia, Minister of Europe, stop the occupation of East Timor, was supposed to be offensive. Meanwhile, it became clear that the reaction of the city and the police was an immediately response of Mr. Kinkel, our Minister on Foreign Affairs, who was afraid that our small virgil might cause some unrest with his colleagues. The Society for Threatened People later appealed the decision and was found to be in the right. Conferences initiated by Professor Barbedo de Magalhães of the University of Porto were extremely important to strengthen the interconnectedness and solidarity around the world. These took not only place in Portugal, but also in Australia and the United States and in Germany as well. These events created a platform for exchange and holding strategy discussions involving Timorese resistance, democracy and human rights activists from Indonesia, scientists, journalists, and other activists. In cooperation between the Academy in Iserlohn and the Südostasien Informationsstelle, it's called Southeast Asia Information Center, late October 1994, saw an event called the European Responsibility for East Timor, and experts from all over the world gave an overview to the latest developments. You can see Zacharias da Costa and Mari Alcatieri, George Adichandro, José Ramos Horta, and Professor Barbedo. On the margin of the East Timor conference in Iserlohn, German activists assembled and founded the East Timor Solidarity Group, and it was a working group of the Berlin human rights organization Watch Indonesia. This NGO played an important role because many exiles from Indonesia were very active and well connected to the movement for democracy in Indonesia. The year 1995 held several concrete occasions for events. Indonesia was nominated partner country for the Hanover Fair, Germany's biggest industry fair. For this reason, Suharto was expected to come. And Indonesia wanted to celebrate two jubilees in 95, the 50th anniversary of Indonesia and 30 years of Suharto government. Our task was to make public a third jubilee, which Indonesia would rather conceal, 20 years of genocide in Timor-Leste. In 1995, Suharto came to Germany, and about 20 NGOs hold a parallel event to the trade fair. We organized a demonstration against the human rights violations committed by the regime in Indonesia as well as in East Timor. We invited members of the Timorese resistance, clandestinos from Renetil, and survivor of the Santa Cruz massacre, José Antonio Diaz, Aviano Antonio da Silva Faria, Domingos Sarmento Alves, Luciano Valentin da Conceição, Vitor Tavares, and José Manuel Oliveira da Sousa joined us in Hanover. We invited also Indonesian activists. Here you can see Yeni Rosa Damayanti and pro-democracy scholars like Sri Bintang Pamungkas. The protest disrupted Suharto's visit. He was really enraged about it. So the protest of the Timorese was not only happening in his capital, Jakarta, like we hear before at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, but also in Europe. At the demonstration in Hanover, we carried a lot of banners. Indonesia, kapan pulang dari Timor, when will you leave Timor? Stop genocide in West Papua, people from the Moluccans were there. Democracy for Indonesia, release Xanana Gusmao and others. After the protests in Hanover, we toured Germany for 2 weeks with João, Antonio and Domingos, and every evening we had events in different cities, mostly in cooperation with Amnesty International. We contacted politicians, representatives of political foundations, NGOs and church organizations, and tried to get them to support conflict resolution in East Timor. Luciano, Vitor and José, together with members of our East Timor group, followed Suharto to the eastern part of Germany. In Dresden, on the last day of his visit, President Suharto was given a rowdy welcome by a crowd of some 150 people, waving posters, beating drums, and blowing whistles. Demonstrators called for the withdrawal of Indonesian military from East Timor, and the guests from Timor shouted slogans calling for the release of Xanana Gusmao and stop German arms sales to Indonesia. The protest was organized by 2 Eastern German organizations, and large protesting crowds followed Suharto when he visited in Dresden the Zwinger portrait gallery in the city. He remained there only half an hour before leaving, apparently irritated by the noisy demonstrations going on outside. They also blocked one of the castle's exit and got close enough to slap a rolled up newspaper against Suharto's umbrella. He was forced to abandon the tour after only 20 minutes, waiting in his hotel until it was time to depart for dinner with his host, the Prime Minister of Saxonia. The demonstrators were lying in wait again, and they surrounded the special bus in which Suharto was riding and rocked it back and forth for a few minutes. Here you can see Indonesia's Foreign Minister Ali Alatas greeting the protesters. A planned visit of Suharto at the Dresden Opera House was abandoned. The orchestra refused to perform for the president. The mayor of Weimar refused to receive him because of concerns over human rights. The protest infuriated Suharto. He noted that the German government had been aware that Amnesty International and others were planning demonstrations in Hanover, but it was able to keep the demonstrations under control. But he believed that in Dresden, because it was formerly part of a socialist country, security forces had no experience in putting down demonstration because they had never been allowed. That was his way of thinking. Looking for scapegoats, they detained Sri Bintang Pamungkas, Yeni Rosa Damayanti and Gunawan Muhammad on charges of subversion. Sri Bintang was sentenced in 1996 for insulting the president. And the increasing number of political prisoners and the harsh measures used to suppress civil liberty advocates in Indonesia led to the politicization and building of solidarity among the affected. In Germany, not only the demonstration drew the attention, but the backslash in Indonesia as well. There was a lot of media coverage and politicians took action. Faith-based organizations also took an interest in our work, encouraging and enabling us to continue our fight for human rights in Indonesia and East Timor. To summarize, in Germany, we put an end to Suharto's reputation as a smiling, friendly general. Now his regime was seen as a serious violator of human rights and illegally occupying East Timor. The fall of the Suharto regime brought us much joy and hope, and the new era of reformasi began. For the referendum in East Timor 99, 10 people from Germany participated in the IFET-OP, the observer project of the International Federation for East Timor. It was wonderful to see that Timor-Leste now has developed into a free and democratic country and is able to express its identity. It was an enormous challenge to get to this point, and it is the result of the strength and hard work of the Timorese people. Last year, Ian Martin, the former head of UNAMED, participating in the 20th anniversary of the popular consultation, addressing the Timor-Leste parliament, said, "But it was not UNAMED that brought independence to Timor-Leste. We only implemented a process of self-determination for which so many had struggled for so long." The member states of the United Nations were not allowed to forget Timor-Leste's right to self-determination because of the strength and sacrifice of Timorese inside and outside Timor. Crucial too was the support for that struggle of international civil society. And it makes me proud to say that we in Germany made a small contribution towards the Timorese rights to self-determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you to all of the presenters. We've got about 15 minutes for questions now. Everyone's on mute, so if you have a question, can I ask that if you see the bottom toolbar where it says participants, you can click and it has a raise hand icon, and that way we can perhaps monitor if you have a question, or you can sort of give me a big wave and I'll try and spot you. Would anyone like to start us off?
I've got a question.
You didn't raise your hand using the icon.
Oh, sorry. Reactions?
No,
or
it's okay, I'll let you go.
Is this raising a hand or is that clapping?
It's clapping. Vanessa's raised her hand, but I'll
I
let
don't
you
know
go
how to
now. It's all right.
I can't see how to raise the hand, sorry.
Anyway, your question.
Oh, participants, righto, yes. Sorry, go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just wanted to go back to the first paper, to Peter's paper, and maybe also hear from John Waddingham, who's here, about, Peter mentioned the kind of doctrinal divisions in the Australian Solidarity Movement. And maybe this is a question for Peter, but also possibly for John, to speak more to that. I'd like to hear a bit more about that. And thank you for everyone for the great papers.
Well, fortunately, I was largely in parts of Australia in which it was not as big an issue as in other parts. As I said, I was working on the radio link up in Darwin with Brian and with Wes. There were some differences between Brian and Wes, which I don't particularly want to go into, but they were more personal, I'd say, than political. But of course, there was Dennis Freeney, who was a very energetic activist, was a member of the Communist Party of Australia, as was Brian Manning. There, on the other side, you would have people associated with the Australian Council for Overseas Aid, who came from a very different political space. Not all of them, at times they got on quite well, but not all the time. One of the major differences in the early years, for example, was whether the movement was about supporting Freslin or whether it was about supporting a broader based concept of Timorese independence. So we don't support one particular party. That was resolved in later years by the leadership itself. But that was a crucial difference. Generally, though, I don't want to exaggerate that. On the personal basis, relations were generally good. Although there were some, for example, who I would say associated with some parts of the Australian Council for Overseas Aid. I'm trying to remember his name. The guy who wrote Last Flight Out of Dili, David Scott. David Scott was particularly hostile to the CPA people, and he thought that it was giving the movement a bad name and diminishing its public support. I wouldn't agree with that. Without Brian Manning's work, there wouldn't have been a radio link, and Dennis Freeney's work was also very energetic and very important.
John, did you want to add anything briefly to that?
I think, you know, the topic is, like all of these things, you know, reasonably complex and not easily sort of communicated in a couple of minutes. I would just, and it should be explored properly, and hasn't been. I think I would say in the very early years, there was tension between those who sort of were happy with the Communist Party of Australia's effective leadership, really, of the Solidarity Group. Certainly Dennis was the most dominating character. He had very clear ideas, very strongly held opinions, and he asserted himself very strongly. The tension that I was most familiar with was that between Sydney and Melbourne. I was in the Australia East Timor Association, and it contained quite a few people who didn't care much for Freeney or the CPA, but it also included CPA members. And there was always, in 76, 77, this sort of constant sort of war going on in the background about who would control the Australia East Timor Association, whether it would be the CPA or the non-CPA people. And in my view, in summary, it decimated AITA. It actually, you know, people spent huge amounts of time sort of plotting and mucking about and spending much less time, you know, actively working on the Timor issue. And that became more the case as things became more difficult in Timor. And the strange thing about all of this was that actually they didn't have any serious disagreement about what to do. But there was this really strong tension about control and not being under the control or not being dominated by the other. But look, it's a really complex process, but it had quite deleterious effects on the solidarity movement in those very early years. Different things happened later, which those problems just disappeared.
Let's take two questions. I think Vanessa
Can
has
I just
one.
add something there? Yeah.
I might just let other people just have a little bit of a go. I know we have a lot. I know there's a lot we could talk about here, but I want to make sure that we can just get a question for all the presenters, and then we'll come back. So let's just take Vanessa's question and Rui's question. And I know David has one that we'll come to after. So maybe Vanessa first. I'm just unmuting you, Vanessa. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. So I just finished reading a chapter by Helen Hill in a book about the founding, about Melbourne in the 1970s and the founding of AITA. And in it, it's actually got a lot of interesting material about some of these ideological disputes in the Timor Solidarity movement in the 1970s. And it's a beautiful chapter about reflecting on some of these differences. And I know that, you know, I think the early years were very instrumental in terms of actually, you know, it was still there, a lot of those disagreements, those ideological differences, that when I joined that movement in Melbourne in 1991, as an 18-year-old Indonesian, it was still very apparent, particularly between parties, whether the left had a role, was allowed to have a role within the Timor Solidarity movement, and so on. So I think a lot of these tensions really predated, you know, went back to the sort of CPA period. And I think that there's not yet been a, you know, definitive history of the solidarity movement in many of these countries. And I think this project that has been discussed here that a lot of these papers are arising from is some way going towards that. But you know, I think that we're starting to get there with many diverse accounts about that period. But I think we need more of those, particularly as you know, some of the major players have passed on, and some of those history lessons really need to be recorded. I'm very interested in some of those insights that John Waddingham just related. And sorry, I missed Peter's talk, so I had to teach. But I just was interested, you know, and the breadth of this I think is really interesting in terms of all our speakers today. And I also was interested in Pochut's paper, because this is an issue which obviously was very big in the 90s in terms of bringing in the Indonesian aspect. And it was also very difficult to convince a lot of people in the East Timorese solidarity movement that Indonesia would play a key role in terms of the fall of Suharto, that it was always East Timor and Indonesia was a very separate part of that. And so I was interested in this, in the rally that you talked about in 1995, and I wondered if you could comment a little bit about your the ways in which the methods that you're using in terms of research with the Indonesian activists and so on, because I think that's another area where people are passing on at younger ages now, that we need to capture a lot of those stories as well. So I wonder whether you can comment a little bit more about your project, and perhaps I might have missed it as well in the beginning of your talk. I'm sorry if that's the case, but I'm just interested in knowing more about the 1995 Jakarta protests that you discussed. If you could talk a bit more about that.
Before we go to a response, Rui, did you want to ask your question?
Well, yes, thank you. Actually, I have more than one question, but for Peter, what I wanted to know, that this is a very interesting part of the plurality of approaches to the solidarity, is how early on did the Catholic and religious side of the movements come to be a player? In his paper, in his written paper, he mentions that Catholic priests were a source of information at a very early stage after the invasion of the atrocities. And nowadays, the role of Catholic in organizing or supporting the resistance is increasingly being considered. And I wondered exactly how early on did Catholic or religious, maybe some Protestants as well, come to be players in this international solidarity. If I may enlarge the scope to Monica, I would like to ask her, I know that she's a German, she used to be a West German, but what about the other side of Germany? On one hand, communist countries were not known for very vibrant civil societies. But on the other hand, they sometimes paid lip service to some solidarity with countries which were undergoing brutal occupation. So if she could just give us a 2-minute thing about what was going on in the German Democratic Republic. And finally, to Pochut, yes, it's interesting, but the point I take from her presentation is that we have to look at what happened in Timor in the broad framework of what was happening in Indonesia as a whole. So there is a commonality of struggles with Papua, with Aceh, and so forth. But on the other hand, there is something which is very specific about Timor. Timor was the only part of Suharto's Indonesia who had not been a Dutch colony. And there was some specificity about it. So if she could tell us a little more about how does she balance the commonality and the specificity. I would like to hear her a little more on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, and let's quickly actually, David, just grab your question now, and then we can spend the remainder of the time responding.
There, I'm muted. I think some of it's already been addressed, but I think two things I wanted to try to dig into a little bit. The first being the role of left-wing movements. It's been discussed with regard to Australia, but when drawing the distinction between the older and younger generations, Pochut spoke about the influx of new people. Is there a growing association with the political left in Indonesian politics that needs to be underlined? In the Australian context, can we look at the ideological influence and battles for control, not just through the early years with the Communist Party, but through the later years with the party whose name I forget, but is associated with Green Left Weekly, the left-wing political party there. Monica mentioned early dominance of left-wing politics in Germany, and is there a parallel there to what was going on in Australia, moving towards the period of when everybody was together? And it reminds me of Pat Walsh talking about how we're making East Timor into a mainstream issue in Australia and getting it away from the left, whereas in Indonesia it seems to be moving towards the left. So is there something going on there? The other thing that occurs to me while listening is about framing, and this is I guess Monica referred to the change of the smiling general to the serious human rights violator, which is really interesting in terms of a deliberate framing of what's going on in East Timor. To me, there's a nice link there to Marcel's paper about the framing, and Marcel's some very welcome theorizing, which we don't have much of in this field of studies, so that's nice to hear. But this, you were speaking about the role of images in building a sense of shame and then changing the world's image of what's going on in East Timor. Is there a deliberate framing going on by the people doing that? Or are you just analyzing an unconscious process that's happening? And it might be particularly interesting to dig into the role of children and depictions of children in all this, given that drawing that we've seen. So that's a bit incoherent, but just thoughts that occurred to me while listening and trying to draw some connections.
Okay, let's hear perhaps from Pochut first, and then Monica, and then Marcel, and then we'll come back to Peter to make sure that everyone has a chance to respond there.
Yes.
Well, I have three questions. So, okay. I'm gonna answer the first one from Vanessa about the 95 Operation Hamutuk. Operation Hamutuk began. Okay, I will move it back a bit. So the Renatil leader is Naldo Ray, Puto Naldo Ray. He's also he runs to Australia and he lives in Darwin after this operation. But the comment, you can say it, the comment from the letter of Sanana, it is from the 92 that he get an advice, not really advice, what's the word, just a let order, that's the thing, the order to involve, to get the Indonesian solidarity to be part of us. Why is 92? There's nothing specific. Here's the thing. In years, sometimes it's not specific. It's just happened, at least that's how he explained it. It's just happened that since 92, he get that order to get more, to approach the Indonesian solidarity, because then Sanana told him that if Indonesian is being part of us, so this is not only our struggle, because we have to make an awareness in Indonesia themselves what has actually happened there. So it is the Indonesian people, the mass idea, the mass solidarity in Indonesia against their own government. So so that's the beginning in the 95, in the 92. the Operation Hamutug in 95 is the time. Why is 7th of December? That's very obvious, because that's the time of Indonesian invasion, 20 years of Indonesian invasion. But that's also a proof of a joint forces, a proof of we don't like it, that Indonesia also don't like it. And and even until today, and you can say that operation is partly successful because first it gets the international spotlight. I mean, Indonesian attacking Indonesian for the sake of East Timor. And there's one reason why I think I'm gonna combine this with Rui's question. Why East Timor? Because East Timor is not part of Indonesia, and they know it. East Timor is not part of the Dutch colony. East Timor is never really it's never really part of it. They don't have, even by the round table agreement, no one ever talked about East Timor. That's why they call it the Portuguese Timor. So it's very obvious, it's the Portuguese. And because of its Portuguese Timor, in the beginning, yes, there's a trust issue. Even when Ray, as the head of Ranatil at that time, have to convince his friend that we can trust this Indonesian brother, he call it, and if they betray us, I mean, it's in his book as well. So if they betray us, you can kill me. So that's how much the East Timor don't trust Indonesia, and that's obvious. So he's, as an East Timorese, have to speak to his East Timorese fellow. And the same things goes with Indonesia. It takes Indonesian to talk about East Timor to Indonesian fellows. You can't have the Indonesian talk to the East Timorese because no, they're not gonna trust you. And you can also have the East Timor speak to Indonesian because the generation have been brainwashed with all the education and stuff. So the 95 is more to show that, okay, from this moment on, that this is our fights, ours. And when I think the Alim also mentioned, he sent a letter to Mega, if I'm not mistaken, that if you take Indonesian to be part of this struggle, it's not only about the international pressure, but it's also about the Indonesian themselves, that the oppressor themselves don't like this oppressive things happen in East Timor. The trust issue, yes, we have to work on that. And I'm still beginning with this research, so snowballing research. Some I can get in touch with, especially with this conditions. This much I can say until now. And yeah, that's what I think I also answer the question of Rui. It is the reason why the Indonesian want to include Timor, because that's the only spare point. You're not part of us, you're not us. The whole other Indonesia is the Dutch colony. There's, by law, is part of the Indonesian. You have to follow the government, but Timor is something different. And that's why I get this from Lim. He even explained it in the what's his name? The Hassan Tiro, the Acehnese movement. He always support the Timor cause abroad, mainly in where did he live? Geneva or something. Yeah. So he supported. Why?
I might just cut you off there. I'm really sorry, because I'm just aware that I want to give us time for a break. We can continue these conversations.
Oh, that's okay. That's it.
Session. I'm very sorry, but before in the last, maybe, I'm sorry, I know everyone wants a break, but we have lots of questions, and I had all these backup questions, but everyone has questions. But Monica, did you want to make just a couple of remarks before we have a break, and then we can pick this up again?
Okay, very briefly. Where is he? Here. Your question in regard to the former eastern part of Germany. As far as I know, there was no Timorese solidarity movement in former GDR. And the peace activists later organized the occupation of the vessels, and the protest in Dresden were really concerned about human rights. And they really understand that we don't want to have another dictator coming to our country, and we don't want to have our ships sold to another dictatorship. And later on, they do not join our East Timor solidarity groups. And in regard to the question of the balance, for instance, Watch Indonesia was founded after the Santa Cruz massacre, and I think that Indonesian exiles in Timor, in Germany, and students were encouraged by the Timorese resistance, and they used the issue of East Timor to discredit the Suharto regime, and to change the perspective of Suharto, and to bring up other human rights issues in Indonesia as well. It was, how to say that, a vehicle, how to address human rights violations in Indonesia as well. And in that way, we worked together. But there were also organizations and corporations which only belong to East Timor, like the Christian Consultations for East Timor, organized by the Peace and Justice Commission in the Netherlands, and also church organizations like Miserio were very interested in having more information, finding ways to support the church in East Timor. For instance, Bishop Belo was invited by the church after the Nobel Peace Prize. He came to Germany and was hosted here. And Pokut, you mentioned Lim from Tapol. Tapol was very important in Germany because of their very good analysis of the situation on the ground, their analysis of the role and the power of the military and what was going on in the inner circle of the new order, and bring together the different groups and organizations in Europe and from Indonesia, so that we can work together, to put it in a nutshell. Yes.
Now, what we might do is come back to these conversations, because I want to give everyone a chance to have a little bit of a break. So we have a 10-minute break before we come back, and then I think that we can continue the, Rui, just remind me on this, some of the discussions can be continued on the discussion board?
Yes, discussions, we can have some more time at the end of the sessions. And the forum is
the forum, that's what I was thinking.
The forum, there is a forum attached to each panel, and in the forum you can have questions, and I recommend that people who are interested in this panel visit the forum in the coming days, because for instance, people who are now watching in Timor and are not interfering, that they can write their questions or their comments. So the idea is that the forum keeps these going into the next few days. But also, after all the presentations, if we have time, we can continue, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's pause for a break for 10 minutes, and then hopefully many of you will come back to the next session, and we can pick up on some of the themes that we have coming across the course of the day as well. So Marcel, I'm sure there'll be a lot of things that will relate to your discussion, which I thought was a really fascinating way of thinking about the images that we've been talking about quite a little bit so far. And I think Peter too, in terms of some of the fractures within the solidarity movement. I know John, I think, has a few things to say about that as well. And also I just want to come back to David's point around framing as well. That was something that I was sort of thinking about, is changing, is we've talked a bit about strategies and images, but framing narratives, I think, is something that's important as well, and how that framing changes over time. So let's pause for 10 minutes, and then thank you. Oh, let's thank the presenters. We had 4 really wonderful papers. So thank you for the questions. Thank you for coming, and we'll hopefully see you all again very soon.
Can I?
Second session of our panel. We have 3, we should have 3 people. Let me see if they're all here. Teresa is here. Sophia is here. Is Marisa also? Not yet. She'll be here soon. So I think we should get going with this second session of our panel 5 on international solidarity. As I said, we have three different presentations, and then we'll have in another, later on, we'll have another 2 sessions. First, we kick off with Teresa Mal. She comes from my own institution as well, the Centro de Estudos Sociais, Center for Social Studies at the University of Coimbra. And again, she is an old acquaintance of the solidarity movements, because she was very involved in solidarity movements in Portugal when Timor was a hot question. And she keeps her interest in Timor. She goes there, she visits, she got a lot of contacts there. And so she's going to talk to us about her experience. I think it's a very personal paper she wants to give us. So Teresa, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay, so.
Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, Rui, for the invitation and for the opportunity also to think about this this question and this important moment of my life. And I'm very happy to have Esteban with us, because we shared some critical moments during a long time. I'm not an historian, I'm a feminist sociologist, so I'm not going to make a kind of data reflection on the solidarity movement in Portugal. In fact, I was quite engaged not only in Portugal, but also at an international level, namely in Africa and Europe. And I think my presentation will be much more like a biography of the struggle, where I was engaged for more than 30 years, I think. So last year I wrote about a memory on the 30th of August 1999, when I was at the margins of the lake Iralalaro in Lauteng, Timor-Leste. There I met Mão Bartolomeu in his best garment, walking to the next pool station to vote. I was with Mana Ana and Mana Maria and Mão Camilo, all of them Timorese. It was a great moment of hope to meet together there and feel that Ukun Rasikan was just there at the corner of the times, almost palpable, ready to come and to change everything. I got an incredible lesson from their encounter. The knowledge born in struggle is a kind, long-lasting wisdom fed by events, dreams, and desires, sweetnesses, memories, and deep suffering. This amalgam of elements is powerful and heuristic. As Mana Ana proclaimed solemnly that day, resistance and suffering is a knowledge that is able to bring the past to the present and let the present to nestle in the heart of the future. My standing point is that one shaped for 40 years of activism in feminist and pacifist social movements. At the time of these events, I was very much engaged in an international movement called Action for Justice and Peace. The Portuguese branch had its headquarters in Coimbra at the center of the Portugal. As you may already note, this is for me a narrative of what I want to remember and share with you about those 20 years along which I was engaged with many other comrades in the solidarity movement with Timor-Leste people and its self-determination toward full independence struggle. The exercise of memory, which I'm doing here with you, is like to open some portals where the present, the past, and the future blend with each other, and where the linear concept of time has no sense, either importance. I chose to remember 4 moments of this route shared with my Timorese sisters and brothers. I will mention them very briefly, aiming at bringing to this colloquium the corazonar, as Patricio Arias called it, of the work and knowledge of the solidarity born in struggle, as Santos also mentioned. The first one took place in Coimbra in 1981. A few of us, we were just 4 of us, all of us students at the University of Coimbra, decided together to organize a public campaign in solidarity with the people's struggle for self-determination in Timor-Leste. At the same time, we intend to raise public awareness about the war there and the violations of human rights and international law. The information available to us at that time was extremely scarce, and we had any financial means to carry it out. All of us were convinced activists in anti-fascist, anti-colonial international social movements, and our political engagement and motivation were just what we had. Why do I remember this? Because after months of discussions that in that year, 81, contacts and preparations, we could organize a colloquium that took place in October 91 in the Faculty of Science and Technology in the University of Coimbra, and a public campaign around the city called Why Is She Crying? A quite known picture at that time of a Timorese child crying and carrying at the top of her head weapons was the pungent image of a campaign. Posters that we paid with our own money were printed and distributed around the city, and the sit-in took place during one whole night at one of the most symbolic squares of Coimbra nearby the university. At those days, I met for the first time Koi, a Timorese young woman, and I listened to her how she had to flee from her country and how the drama of her family and country fellows was a reality that should be known and fought against from inside and from outside the island. The other person I met was Roque Rodrigues, that generously accepted to come by his own means and accepted to be one of our keynote speakers during the colloquium. The third one was Barbedo de Magalhães, who also intervened as the Portuguese keynote speaker. That day, with plenty of emotions and revelations on the political and humanitarian state of affairs in Timor-Leste, was like the inaugural step of our political action in solidarity with Timor-Leste's struggle for self-determination and independence. It was as well the beginning of profound human relations and complicities around the experience of tragic events and sufferings, and at the same time, it allowed us to be sure of our hope and joy that would come, that the hope and joy would come with them. And it was in this framework that some years later, I met Estevão, after he could fled from Timor-Leste in a very precarious situation, and we became very good friends and close friends with other comrades, of course. The war ended, the independence came, the new nation state came into a reality, yet, after all, the very same question still remains in my mind, haunting the incredible hope and joy that we projected from the past of colonialism and war to the future of liberation and independence. In the wise words of Mana Maria, that day in '99, it would go like this: Mana Teresa, the future in the past was so bright and happy. Why are we crying and suffering still today? What burden are they still carrying, those women in Timor-Leste? When the justice dreamed at that time in the past will come to all, especially to those girls and women that were and are at the center of all torments due to violence, discrimination, and exploitation. It's common sense, and I agree, that past of occupation and war is gone, and now that solidarity movement has no more raison d'être. However, the values of human dignity, substantive equality among all, peace and prosperity for all, with no discrimination, still are at the stake, I believe. So the love and complicity with those still crying, no matter where, and learning their wisdom are the new names of the present solidarity activism, where I continue to be a militant. The second moment that comes to my memory is that when I lived with one of the greatest delights of my life, the 20th of May, 2002, when the Timorese flag went up at Tacitolo ceremonies. I was in Lisbon, hugged with many Timorese, crying, smiling, and singing the national hymn, hardly believing in our eyes, but strongly certain that the victory against all odds over realpolitik, obscure international interests, and martyrdom of at least 250,000 people had come. It is impossible to describe that joy and that desire of a completely new beginning without blemish and all the hope that human being can feel. That day, the day after I presented my first book dedicated to my memories and analyses on the popular consultation in Timor-Leste 3 years before. I had the privilege to participate as a diplomatic international observer those weeks when the utopia started to become true and concrete. I wanted to share that day with my beloved Timorese sister Fatima Guterres, with whom I learned so much about Timor-Leste, about the struggle within the jungle, the power and energy of Timorese women and their critical contribution to the 3 struggle fronts: diplomatic, clandestine, and military. The importance of this second moment in my memory is connected with the joy of the independence of Timor-Leste, as well with the realization, my own realization, that our relation between the independent and free Timorese people and those like me that were in solidarity with them for those years of Indonesian occupation, our relationship, that precise moment, changed forever. That day on, the international solidarity movement was transformed into a memory that Timorese would, in their own terms, activate or not as they wish. The awareness that self-determination and independence mean to silence myself and withdraw from the spotlights where for years I was doing so much things, claiming for justice, brought to my mind and emotions the certitude that my past had no longer place in Timorese present and future. Ukun Rasikan means exactly this, sovereignty of the past, the present, and over the future. I was still there with all of them that I knew for years. However, at the same time, I became completely irrelevant. The paramount of every solidarity movement is that moment when the greatest joy is to feel surplus. The third and fourth moments I want to recall here are both connected with what Santos called the knowledge born in struggle. What those two... Yes?
5 minutos.
Quanto?
5 minutos mais.
Yeah, okay.
Obrigado.
The moment I took the plane in Jakarta, July 99, and flew over the islands on the way to Dili, I realized that I recognized from the air each of them by the shape and their related position to each other. It was the first time I flew that sky, but I knew by heart the geography of the islands nearby Timor-Leste. I internally visualized during the flight the routes that some of the Timorese took out of Timor to escape war and death throughout the archipelago. I recalled myself the testimonies that taught to me all these details that now I was seeing for the first time. I realized how the sight and empirical verification was just a supplementary knowledge. The same happened in Dili months later, January 2000, when I returned after the Indonesian occupation was over. The city was mostly in ruins and enormous roots of the grandiose trees were still burning. During the night, it was black, dark, intensively obscure. The arrival of some Timorese friends coming from Portugal obliged me to walk in Dili several times by night. The batteries of my little lamp were finished very quickly. I had no more than my eyes and what I had learned from the maps we studied during the solidarity works and the clandestine activities some months before. My eyes were trained by Zezinho Guterres and Estevão Cabral to see in the dark, former prisoners in the Tour Island during all those years when we traveled together in Europe to denounce the bloodshed in Timor-Leste and to claim for the respect of international law in several international fora. The streets and alleys of the Timorese capital, the relative position of each neighborhood, the time it took to make the way from one point of the city to another, when I knew, mainly because for years I studied the artisanal maps that appeared in the movement network, drawn by unknown comrades in the field that risked their lives to provide us information, very good information about the situation and their difficulties and achievements. Those maps, spotting places, names, houses, crossroads, particular features such buildings, gardens, or Indonesian statues. The explanations how to move and to move fast but secure in the city, how to find people or to contact them. All of this was a long-term learning process that resulted in a deep knowledge of the capital of Timor-Leste. Suddenly I got that I knew so much about this city and I had no need of lamps and batteries to move around without fear and without lose myself in the dark night. On the contrary, I felt at ease and sure about what is necessary to do and how to live in such conditions. These memories of mine that emerge from my commitment with the international solidarity movement with Timor-Leste do not bring data, systematic analysis, or not aim at to explain how much it was important and necessary. I just want to recall these memories to question how knowledge is built and how much it is really an amalgam of events, emotions, cognitive exercise, and empirical experience. That complex set of elements is what, from my feminist point of view, is important and critical to a science that is at service of innovation, social transformations toward justice for all, human rights, democratic citizenships at all times and contexts. With the people of Timor-Leste, I experienced that the impossible turns possible, and I learned from the strength of believing in the unbelievable. It is why, since that day, with Coy and Rock, Estevão and Fátima, I know that their happiness and freedom is deeply connected with mine. This is why the struggle goes on. A luta continua. This is what I inherited from Raoni Adobe and Red Timor. Obrigada, Barak. Thank you.
Obrigado, Teresa. Thank you very much. Now we turn to Sofia. Sofia Nogueira da Costa comes from the University of Porto and the University of Aveiro, and she's going to talk to us about a magnificent archive, which is the archive of Professor António Barbeiro de Magalhães. We have heard so much about him this morning. Now we're going to hear about what his archive looks like and what we can do with this magnificent piece of evidence, which is now in the Faculty of Engineering of all places. Faculty of Engineering at the University of Porto has found a spot in its library complex to house what used to be the private archive, which is now made available to the public. So, Sofia, 20 minutes for you, is that okay?
Yes, it's okay. So, good morning to everybody. In the first place, I want to express my gratitude to be here talking with you. It's very, very important to me. Unfortunately, my English is not the best yet. So my presentation will be in Portuguese, if you don't mind with that, but I will be available to answer to all your questions at the end. So let's start. And I guess you can see the presentation now. So, eu vou falar sobre a autodeterminação e a independência de Timor-Leste através da informação que está disponibilizada pelo Centro de Documentação Barbeiro de Magalhães. Começando por fazer uma abordagem ao contexto da informação, eu vou apresentar 3 linhas temporais, isto porque, para uma melhor compreensão e contextualização da informação constante no Centro de Documentação Barbeiro de Magalhães, é importante atentarmos na cronologia dos acontecimentos em Timor, nas iniciativas desenvolvidas pela Solidariedade e pela própria relação desenvolvida pelo professor Barbeiro de Magalhães com Timor-Leste. Começando por fazer uma abordagem à evolução cronológica dos acontecimentos recentes em Timor-Leste, com datas balizadas entre 1974 e 2001, bem como dos seus principais intervenientes. Em 1974, após o 25 de Abril, Portugal ratifica a Carta das Nações Unidas, consagrando o direito dos povos à sua autodeterminação. Se transitarmos depois para 1975, de 10 para 11 de agosto, dá-se o golpe de Estado levado a cabo pela UDT, que culminou numa breve guerra civil. No mesmo ano, mais tarde, a 28 de novembro, peço desculpa, Fretilin faz a sua declaração unilateral de independência e 2 dias mais tarde dá-se a declaração de Balibó. Ainda em 1975, em dezembro, dá-se a invasão pela Indonésia e o assassinato de Nicolau Lobato. Um outro marco que nós consideramos bastante importante é em 1986, com a entrada de Portugal para a CEE. E porquê? Porque isso concedeu a Portugal um maior poder e um maior peso nas negociações em prol da causa de Timor-Leste. Em 1991, a 12 de novembro de 1991, dá-se o massacre de Santa Cruz. Em 1992, dá-se a detenção de Xanana Guzmão, e depois há dois marcos bastante importantes que impulsionaram o movimento internacional de solidariedade. Primeiro, em 1996, com a atribuição do Prémio Nobel da Paz a Dom Carlos Filipe Ximenes Velo e a José Ramos Horta. E depois, em 1997, a visita de Nelson Mandela a Xanana Guzmão. Isso trouxe mais visibilidade à causa de Timor-Leste e levou a uma maior união internacional em prol dessa causa. Entretanto, o general Suharto vai enfraquecendo cada vez mais. Em 1998 abdica e em 1999, com o Tratado de Nova Iorque, abrem-se as portas à realização de um referendo de consulta popular que decorreu a 30 de agosto do mesmo ano, sendo a independência consolidada em 2001. Paralelamente, é também importante nós fazermos uma cronologia das iniciativas desenvolvidas pela solidariedade em prol da causa de Timor-Leste. Por isso, em 1973, e para contornar o bloqueio noticioso que tinha sido imposto pela Indonésia relativamente a Timor, Liam Soy Leong publica em Londres a primeira edição do Tapal Bulletin. Se passarmos para 1981 e para o Plano Nacional, em Portugal, dá-se a criação da Comissão para os Direitos do Povo Mauber, que é tutelada pelo SIDAC. Em 1983 surge a Associação Paz e Justiça para Timor-Leste e depois, entre 1989 e 1997, surgem as 7 edições das Jornadas de Timor da Universidade do Porto, organizadas pelo professor Barbedo de Magalhães. Entretanto, em 1992, em resposta ao massacre de Santa Cruz, surge a Missão Paz em Timor e em 1994 surge uma conferência que já foi aqui abordada na sessão anterior, que é a Conferência de Iserlohn. Porquê? Porque o general Suharto previa realizar uma viagem à Alemanha e realizou para limpar a sua imagem. Antecipando essa viagem, a solidariedade alemã e com o apoio informal do professor Barbedo de Magalhães, organizou a Conferência de Iserlohn para sensibilizar a comunidade para a causa de Timor-Leste e para denunciar a realidade que se estava a viver em Timor. Transitamos agora para uma cronologia que nos permite estabelecer uma maior proximidade e perceber melhor a relação entre o professor Barbedo de Magalhães e Timor-Leste. Na verdade, o professor Barbedo de Magalhães e a sua relação com Timor começou ainda antes de 1975, uma vez que o professor Barbedo cumpriu o serviço militar em Timor. Mais tarde, depois do 25 de Abril, em 1975, é nomeado coordenador da Comissão para a Reestruturação do Ensino em Timor. Entretanto, com a Guerra Civil e com o golpe da UDT, esse trabalho e posteriormente com a invasão, claro, esse trabalho é interrompido e o professor trabalha intensamente em 1982 na Assembleia da República para que Portugal não deixe cair no esquecimento a questão de Timor-Leste e para que esta consiga continuar na agenda da ONU, sendo que no mesmo ano Portugal é reconhecido como potência administrante. Tem decorrido uma votação na Organização das Nações Unidas, que foi vencida apenas com uma margem de 4 votos, mas que foi o suficiente para que não houvesse mais nenhuma votação até ao referendo de consulta popular realizado em 1999. Entretanto, em 1983 está presente na cofundação da Associação Paz e Justiça para Timor-Leste. Como já mencionei anteriormente, entre 1989 e 1997 organiza 7 edições das Jornadas de Timor da Universidade do Porto. tiveram sempre um cariz conciliatório, sendo que a partir... e contaram desde a primeira jornada com a presença de diplomatas indonésios. No entanto, só a partir das quintas jornadas é que foi possível contar com a presença de 12 diplomatas indonésios, e as sextas são o primeiro passo para uma internacionalização, sendo que as sétimas são praticamente jornadas internacionais, com conferências a decorrerem no Canadá, na Austrália, nos Estados Unidos, nas Filipinas, como poderemos ver mais à frente. Para além da Conferência de Iserlohn, entre 1998 e 2000, o professor Barbedo de Magalhães colaborou informalmente com o Instituto de Estudos Estratégicos Internacionais para a organização da Conferência de Haia, da Conferência de Londres, Haia em 1998, Londres em 99, e da Conferência de Bogor em 2000. Avançando agora para o arquivo Professor Barbedo. O arquivo Professor Barbedo teve duas tentativas de organização. Uma primeira tentativa surgiu em 2007, através de Milena Carvalho, que apostou numa abordagem sistémica, constituindo o Sistema de Informação Empresarial, o IASI. Subordinado a esse Sistema de Informação Empresarial estão 4 subsistemas de informação: o Subsistema de Informação Barbedo de Magalhães, o Subsistema de Informação de Reestruturação para o Ensino em Timor, o Subsistema de Informação da Associação Paz e Justiça para Timor-Leste e o Subsistema de Informação da Comissão para os Direitos do Povo Maubé. Entretanto, entre 2007 e 2016, verificou-se uma separação entre a componente de arquivo e a componente de biblioteca, sendo que a componente de arquivo está condicionada no arquivo da Faculdade de Engenharia da Universidade do Porto e a componente de biblioteca está condicionada na mesma faculdade, mas no piso 5 da biblioteca. Em 2016, um projeto, tendo-se obtido um financiamento pela Fundação Calonge Gulbenkian, foi possível proceder a um tratamento com maior detalhe do arquivo Professor Barbedo, e note-se que a designação foi atribuída pelo próprio. Adotamos uma estrutura de índole temática funcional e o que resultou numa descrição de 1636 documentos compostos, distribuídos por 17 secções, 4 subsecções, 25 séries, 31 subséries e 2 incorporações que, entretanto, foram sofridas do subarquivo Raul de Brito e do subarquivo da Comunidade Paroquial do Museu Luz Lourosa. Agora, se nós repararmos, as datas de produção da informação que estão no arquivo Professor Barbedo estão balizadas entre 1975 e 2007. É possível encontrar neste núcleo informacional informação, não apenas a informação produzida pelo Professor Barbedo de Magalhães, mas também informação por ele coletada e que é proveniente de diversas fontes, registrada em diversos suportes e tipologias. Verifica-se, por exemplo, o projeto de reestruturação do ensino em Timor, um exemplar de Voz de Timor, um exemplar raro, datado de 17 de maio de 1975. Os cadernos de descolonização de Timor-Leste, publicados pela Fretilin e que existem no arquivo Professor Barbedo, entre os números 1 e 7, existem os 7 cadernos. Esta é uma outra publicação da Fretilin em 1976. O relatório da delegação do Comitê Central da Fretilin em missão de serviço no exterior do país. Este é um documento curioso porque é um documento publicado pelo Departamento de Informação da República da Indonésia. Temos aqui um exemplar de um outro periódico raro, da revista Anacroma, o número 2, publicado em março e abril de 1987. Esta é uma mensagem de Lord Avebury, para a Fretilin, que foi enviada via rádio. Temos também o testemunho do cardeal Lume, 22 anos após a invasão de Timor-Leste, e até uma monografia com uma introdução histórica de Peter Carey e o prefácio de John Pilger. Mas há muitos mais documentos, por exemplo, temos a correspondência entre a Diocese de Dili e o Padre Pierre Tolat, mapas de controle territorial da Fretilin em versão manuscrita e em versão impressa, dossiês da Pax Christi Internacional da Promindi Vita, um documento apresentado pelo congressista Tony Hall ao Congresso Norte-Americano What About East Timor, um documento da Comissão Francesa de Justiça e Paz, intitulado Le Timor Oriental, un petit pays méconnu et pourtant. O discurso do Dr. Jaime Gama na Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, o exemplar de uma outra revista, de um outro periódico raro, da FUNU, neste caso relativo ao ano 1, número 19 e 20, uma lista de pessoas presas e torturadas no ano de 1994 em Timor-Leste, a lista de prisioneiros libertados e desaparecidos em 1994, enfim. Nós não podemos olhar para este acervo documental como uma figura, encarando apenas a figura do professor Barbeiro de Magalhães como uma entidade produtora, porque isso seria demasiado redutor. Temos de o encarar também como uma entidade coletora, porque para além da informação que ele produziu, ele dedicou-se a coletar e a colecionar informação que ele considerava ser importante para a questão de Timor-Leste, e que ele tinha a consciência que deveria ser preservada. Para além das diversas fontes de proveniência da informação, pode-se dizer que temos também informação em diversos suportes e diversas tipologias. Temos, por exemplo, a informação em suporte de papel impressa, como o projeto da reestruturação do ensino em Timor, ou a Carta dos Estudantes Timorenses a Boutros Gali. Temos em suporte de papel e manuscritos, como esta carta de Xanana Guzmão endereçada ao professor Barbeiro de Magalhães, ou o abaixo assinado, e também é impressa, o abaixo assinado enviado por várias entidades ao do presidente dos Estados Unidos, Ronald Reagan. Temos periódicos raros, temos fotografias que ainda não estão tratadas. Por exemplo, esta fotografia é relativa a uma conferência que houve nas Filipinas, inserida no âmbito das 7ª Jornadas da Universidade do Porto. Se atentarmos à fotografia, conseguimos perceber Mário Alcatide, Roque Rodrigues e Renato Constantin. Temos ainda um considerável volume de documentação audiovisual para além desta fotografia, que ainda não está tratada, incluindo gravações áudio, algumas delas enviadas pelo próprio Xanana Guzmão. E depois,
Sofia, mais 3 minutos?
Não, já acabei mesmo.
Já acabou?
Tudo o tempo.
Ok. Obrigado. Thank you very much. Very lively presentation. Hope that the English speakers could at least follow after the images you were showing us, because it's really very rich what the material you are working with. It's very timely that you decided to come to this conference. And now let me see if we have the third speaker. Marisa, are you here? Marisa, are you here with us? No.
Hello.
Hello, you are here. Okay.
Yes, but wasn't I presenting in the third session?
Well, I think you can do in the third session because it's all about Mozambique, the third one, right? Camila,
I thought I was in the third session. That's why I was in the
Okay, so we'll have some time for Q&A for Teresa and Sofia, and then we make a small break, and we come back for a final session with 3 papers on Mozambique. I think it makes sense to have them all together.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
okay, thank you, Marisa. So anybody who wants to comment or question Teresa and Sofia?
I have a question for Sofia.
John, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mana. I should just mention briefly, I managed to visit the archive of Barbados in 2013 and was blown away by the contents. It was a fabulous collection, and I nearly managed to get to Lisbon to help, to Porto to help do some initial description work. The Timorese government agreed to support it, but much too late, and so it never happened. But what I wanted to ask was, can you, maybe you said it, I'm sorry I can't follow spoken Portuguese. Can you give me some idea, or give us some idea of the level or degree of archival description of the collection, and whether or not that description is available for viewing from online?
Well, in the first place, actually, the description is not available because they are changing the software of the archival description. They are migrating. They are making data migration. And for now, it's not available, but it will be very soon, I hope. And about your first question, and I really need to apologize because my English is not the best, but I will try. The description is not complete because we also need to make the description of the audiovisual documents. And by now, the description is made until to compose a document. And we have one, I will write, it's the best.
Diga em português que eu traduzo.
1636 documentos compostos.
1,613 composite documents.
Yes. I really need to improve my English.
The fine detail is not necessary. I'm just trying to get some understanding of where description is at to and when we will be able to see it. And so I'm happy with what you have said. I look forward to the migration occurring and hearing then that we can see the data. Yeah.
Yes, and I need to tell you that it's a really great pleasure finally meet you, John, because
Thank you.
I talked with Lois a lot about you. You are always present.
Thank you. Good. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Okay, some more questions for Sofia?
I have.
Zelia, go ahead.
Hello, Sophia, how are you? I would like to ask you 2 questions. First of all, I would like you to tell us what about the digital information of Professor Rivera? Because I know there are digital information, like he had lots of emails that he interchanged with other people in solidarity movement. I know he recorded many things in his computer and so on. I had a little bit of contact with his archive a few years ago, and I was working with in the Fundação Mário Soares. and I had a chance to see some of a part of his Professor Barbedo archive. So I would like to know, what about the digital information? Another thing I would like you to comment is, what do you think about the archival footprint left by all the people that have tried to organize this archive? Because since 2007, when Milena Carvalho did a master degree, she had already a few work in the archival description. So it's been like 13 years past. And she made an organization of the archive, which we archivists know that is accordingly to an archival school in Portugal that has not been recognized internationally. This is the archival school from University of Porto by a few professors there. So when we talk about some concepts, archival concepts like information system, most people outside Portugal don't know what we are talking about. And subsystems of information, all the language, the archival language that we archivists use, sometimes are not quite understood by the people that use the archives, the common user of archives, like subseries. What's a subseries? What's a section and a subsection? So this is a kind of a problem. And when we archivists organize an archive, we leave our footprint in it. And we leave it sometimes over years. And sometimes when another person comes and organizes an archive, this second person, third person will leave another footprint. And so I would like you to comment a little bit in the archivist's work in the archive, because I think Professor Barbedo is one of this example, not to mention his own footprint in the archive, because in fact, he is the owner, it's his archive. So sometimes we archivists want to impose a certain way of organizing the archive accordingly to standards, international standards, archival international standards. And when we organize personal archives, we have this problem. People want to organize their archives as they want it. They want to put it to the audience. And we archivists say, no, that's not the way we archivists do it. But we need to have this open mind when we talk about personal archives like this. So just a few comments on these questions, the digital and the archival footprint left in this kind of archives.
Well, starting by your last question about the archival footprint, I guess that we need to make some kind of conciliation. We need to work about the international standards, but at the same time, we need to hear the people. In that case, Professor Barbedo, because without him, there will not be an archive. It's so simple as that. So I guess that with conversation and a lot of conversation, we can do something and we can work with that and we can make this information center available, that this is the most important of all. Indeed, we cannot escape to leave some footprints. I guess it's my opinion. We can try, but you cannot escape to leave them. You cannot fight against that. And about, can you repeat the first question was about the digital?
Yes, I would like, because you said that there were many documents, many forms, audiovisuals, and so on. But Professor Barbedo had his own digital documents. I mean, he has been working also not on paper, not just on paper. He doesn't collect things just like newspapers. He produces digital information. He has changed emails over the years since the 90s. So he has a personal archive. He has contacts with all over the world. So I believe there is a digital archive also. So his personal computer, that's also his archive. So that's what I want to know. is anything being done to preserve this specific information? Does he as a producer of his own archive, as the conscious that he needs to preserve for the future, of course, this part of his own archive?
Yes, and there is a lot of digital documents, but at the time in 2016, we don't have just time to work with that because time wasn't enough. We just have time to work with physical documents and to make our best. I guess that in the future there is some project to preserve the digital documents because it is really, really important. I guess that the digital is still more important to preserve that physical documents. But at the time in 2016, we just don't have time to work with all documents. And so we left one section dedicated to the audiovisual to do in the future, to work in the future. It was a project about 2 months and the time wasn't enough.
Okay, thank you. Now, any other question? Maybe for Teresa, any comment?
Me.
Okay, I'm kind of not seeing who is the me. Esteban, but go ahead, Esteban. Nice to see you here.
I think it's coming under the name of Marlene Martin-John.
Sorry?
Might be coming under the name of Marlene Martin-John, I think. I'm not sure.
Okay, but go ahead.
I see myself here. I can see you.
So that's you. Don't worry about the label. There's no label I can see.
All right.
Okay, Esteban, go ahead, please.
Okay. I just want two brief comments on about the solidarity group in Portugal. Teresa has mentioned it, and possibly CDPM, and also another organization that Luisa was involved. Luisa Coutinho is Audio Vivo and so on. But here in the United Kingdom, solidarity group, there are few other solidarity groups that were very solid. One has been mentioned by Monica, I think. It's that Stafford. But we also had a CIIR, Catholic Institute for International Relations. And I would say, two most stable NGOs that worked with in solidarity with East Timor until 2002. Until the independence, I think Papua shifted its concentrate mainly to the West Papua, and CIR ceased to exist. And there are other local and regional NGOs, but they came after 1992, but then eventually they faded away as the situation went on. And one of the organizations that me and Teresa, I guess we were involved with the Christian Movement for Peace, that we had a meeting, annual and meeting at the international level, campaign on Timor. And for the fact in 1990, Christian Movement for Peace, International for Peace Timor as its main campaign. That brought me to the United Kingdom for 6 months, and then 30 years on, I'm still here in the United Kingdom. So that's the only. And apart from that, I think David knows his website. Now it's in Canada and the United States and other organizations. And these solidarity groups were crucial in terms of helping a few Timorese that were around to do the campaign, because we need most of their support in terms of supplying information. in order to pass it on and so on and so on. So that's only brief comments that I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Teresa, you want to comment?
Thank you so much. I don't have any comments. I'm very glad to just to learn from you, and thank you again.
Anyone else has a question or a comment?
I think David Webster has a.
Yes.
David?
Just as we're coming to the point of writing the history of solidarity movements and solidarity activism, the process of archiving and selecting of documents, and I think this was pointed out, the written records of Professor Barbedo are being prioritized ahead of the born digital records for good and clear reasons. What we're choosing to preserve and archive shapes the historical record that's being written. I'm wondering if there's efforts to preserve the types of oral histories that Teresa has shared, which are really important, not written documents, but very important documentation nevertheless. I wish Hannah was here for this part because she's oral history. But
you know, in fact, I worked a lot for some very, in fact, I work with narratives, female narratives and war for more than 30 years now. And I published about Timor-Leste. I have one book dedicated with 7 women that their oral stories about the conflict and about the peace building in the country. So it's true that there are a lot of documentation that is not written, it's not digitalized in that sense that we're talking about archives, which are very important. But I think I'm very persuaded as a feminist as well, that this kind of subaltern history is still subaltern history. It's very important, and absolutely as well. What I want also to make a point is how much emotions in this particular issue of solidarity movement are important to shape our own knowledge. When we talk about archives, and I think it's very important to talk about archives, I feel that it's much more detached knowledge, can be much detached knowledge. But all of the archives of Barbedo, which I know from the very beginning, because I know Barbedo from a long time ago, and I saw how it worked in the beginning of the years, and all of this it has another history behind that I think it's very important to know as well. And I just to make a point, for instance, it's very interesting to see or to analyze how Fatima Guterres, as a Timorese, she was in the front, so struggling, military struggling in Timor-Leste. She wrote a book about her experience on the jungle, and it's very interesting to see the difference between what is the analysis of the so-called heroes of the struggle, like Shannon and others, and how a woman was engaged, absolutely engaged, and suffered so much from the assassination of family and husband and so many, and how she narrates this same story. It's the same, and is at the same time is not the same. So a lot of work has to be done about this, and I dedicate myself to make some not orthodox analysis on this. For instance, I want to apologize, but for instance, when we talked about some heroes, like in the last session, we were talking about Fernando Lassama as the great, is very known as the great leader of Renitil. You must probably, we don't know, but he was a very aggressive against his family. It was an aggressor. It was drunk, and an aggressor. His wife had a safe house inside their own patio to escape from his aggression. And so I want to say that, and I could say so many things about this, how much is behind all this history, and how many women we need to hear, listen carefully to understand the full dimension of the struggle, inside, outside, inside the house, outside the house, and so on and so on. Thank you. Thank you, David, to give me this opportunity to just to express my own notes and my reflections on it. Thank you.
Okay, we still have time, but anyone who wants to?
John Waddingham, another question, if I may.
Go ahead, John.
Just a quick pickup from what I think David was saying about oral history. In Australia here, we've tried over the last 10 years or so to try and capture as much as we can of what exists in Australia by way of privately held archival records on Timor. 10 years, it's actually more like 20 years, but 10 years more intensively. And I've more than touched the surface, but there's still an enormous amount to do. And one of the things that we haven't done is to record oral histories of
Well, we seem to have lost John.
Can I jump in then?
Well, Bernardo.
Oh.
I think it's a problem of John. He lost his network.
David, you want to say something?
Okay, where I'm going is that the collection of archival material is about choices and about power. And this is where John was starting to go, is that the choice has been made to privilege collection of the personal papers of people who are seen to be important. Professor Barbero is very important. There's no disputing that. But by collecting that, you're making an archival choice, which is about power and putting priority on these types of voices. And what Teresa's just been saying is the importance of finding ways to document the unwritten record as well as the written record. And I'm wondering if there's strategies being developed in any corner to try to collect diverse types of material, right? And this is not intended in any way as a criticism of archivists who are doing amazing work on this, right? But this point that archives are about power, I think there's, Zelia can speak to this, right?
Yes, David, I am going to speak about the power of the archives tomorrow, as you know, at the other panel. But to answer briefly, as for the Portuguese case, no, there is no strategy going on to collect oral history and the memories of all the activists and people involved in the solidarity movement, not even in the politics, in the field of politics or the diplomacy. There is no project going on. Me and Rui, we have a project now going on. We intended to do some interviews and record them, but in fact, this COVID pandemic just turned the way things. We probably won't get all the interviews we wanted to, because we wanted to record them and the Centro de Documentação 25 de Abril at Coimbra University, but let's see if we can do something about it. But there is no institution in Portugal that is worried about it. In fact, we have this traditional way of thinking archives in Portugal. It's the paper. It's still the paper. Sometimes audiovisual, like the Portuguese archive of the national television, but it's very few. So it's still the paper, which is a pity, in fact, because people are getting older, and eventually we will lose their personal memories. And we are losing their personal archives because there are a lot of people who still have paper in the traditional way with lots of information, and their archives are still not available for very different reasons. So we cannot collect the papers, let alone the oral. And let's not think about the born digital. That's something we will definitely lose, in my personal point of view, because there's absolutely nothing being done about it.
Okay.
I need to agree with Celia because it's absolutely true.
You know, I got cut out. It's my connection.
Welcome back, John.
Thank you. I really had finished what I was going to say. Just that, you know, I know we won't get everything. It's not going to happen. People have died already, and their papers are lost, and certainly their memories are gone. But I think it is important. Doesn't matter how much you achieve. It is important in each country to do what you can to identify those which you know exist and see what can be done about it. But it does take time, and it takes a fair bit of resources and stuff like that. I just wanted to ask one question of Sophia. I think it was you, was it not, who was doing some work on developing what you might call a controlled vocabulary or a subject heading system for Timor collections. I don't know whether I've got that right or not, but I just having spent some time looking at David Webster's site, I became aware of the case for having a half-decent subject heading list. And I just wonder whether or not that's come across your table in any way.
Yes, it's me, and I really appreciate your help. What do you say about came across my table? Yes, this came across to me. I really need to appreciate your help, Sean, and it was very, very useful.
Okay. Anything else, or shall we adjourn for 15 minutes and return for a session dedicated to solidarity in Mozambique? Okay, so let's adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll be back in 15 minutes, 11:25, 11:30. We'll be back for the final session of this panel on solidarity. We will have 3 people talking on Mozambique. See you soon. Now, 3 people presenting papers on solidarity in Mozambique. The first is Marisa Gonçalves, one of the organizers of this conference. Marisa comes from the Centro de Estudos Sociais, SES, at the University of Coimbra. She's a graduate of Wollongong University in Australia, and she has also a long time commitment to Timor. She has been working on Timor. We first met about, 14 years ago already. It was 2006. She was working with Professor Barbeiro Magalhães, and so you see, it comes a long way. So, Marisa, 20 minutes for you, please.
Thank you. Eu vou falar em português. Sorry, I'm going to, this presentation is in Portuguese. I'm actually going to present a paper tomorrow at the panel 14, which will be in English, not exactly the same content, but based on the same research. and I will try to put share my PowerPoint with you, if all works. Do you see my PowerPoint? Or?
Estou a ver.
Ok. Obrigada. Então, eu hoje vou apresentar o tema que vem no PowerPoint, que é solidariedades através do Índico, histórias e trajetórias da frente externa timorense em Moçambique, durante a ocupação indonésia. E vou começar. As vidas das e dos timorenses e dos povos do outro lado do Índico, em particular Goa, na Ásia, e Moçambique em África, mas também Angola, Guiné-Bissau, Cabo Verde e São Tomé e Príncipe, entrecruzaram-se inadvertidamente devido ao colonialismo português. A circulação de pessoas por estes territórios era frequente e era impulsionada por circuitos profissionais, funcionários da administração colonial nas mais diversas áreas, militares, em especial tropas de Goa, Moçambique e Angola que foram mobilizadas para Timor, soldados de Moçambique e cipais, forças policiais de Moçambique e Angola que foram para Timor. Existiam também as deportações por atividades ditas subversivas contra o regime português para vários centros prisionais em Timor, Moçambique, Angola, e também a circulação por motivos educativos, ainda que menos frequentes. A primeira vez em que detive a pensar mais profundamente sobre a importância das ligações de Timor com os povos africanos, motivadas pelo colonialismo português e relações de solidariedade na luta pela independência que daí emergiram, aconteceu quando conversava com o Sr. Eugênio na vila montanhosa de Bazar-Tete, perguntando-lhe sobre as suas memórias do tempo colonial português. O Sr. Eugênio, um agricultor reformado e chefe da aldeia de Bazar-Tete, falou-me dos revolucionários de Moçambique e da Guiné-Bissau, que o inspiraram e de como ele viveu na altura em Dili a cumprir o serviço militar, as notícias do fim do regime ditatorial em Portugal em 25 de abril de 74 e de sentir que os eventos que se desenrolavam numa terra tão distante da sua poderiam mudar a vida do seu país e da sua aldeia. As histórias destes encontros estão vivas nos relatos orais das pessoas, ainda que na história escrita e nos lugares de memória, como são os monumentos, museus e comemorações, aparentem estar semi-esquecidas na história coletiva de Timor, já que nestes primeiros anos da independência se enfatiza, como seria expectável, a resistência armada à ocupação indonésia feita a partir do interior do território. Por outro lado, as relações de solidariedade e redes de ativismo internacionais, que muito foram hoje faladas aqui, são relativamente conhecidas e documentadas, ainda que também saibamos que há muito por fazer e também foi um dos temas que foi focado hoje. Sabemos ainda assim alguma coisa sobre as redes de solidariedade em Portugal, na Austrália, nos Estados Unidos, no Canadá, no Japão e outros países europeus. Outras histórias de solidariedade, como foram as com os países africanos, com os países do Sudeste Asiático e do Pacífico, são escassamente referidas e estudadas e constitui apenas exceção o reconhecimento oficial que tem sido feito com a Ordem de Timor-Leste a personalidades destes países e encontros de ativistas que reconhecem a importância das ligações a estes países. Apesar disso, no período da ocupação indonésia de Timor-Leste, os países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa estiveram entre os principais apoiantes morais e materiais da causa da independência de Timor. Em especial, o governo moçambicano, que se destacou pelo apoio que prestou aos quadros timorenses da Fretilin que viveram no país, com relevo para a área de educação e formação universitária de diversos timorenses, mas também o apoio político e económico que prestou à frente externa da resistência. Esta comunicação apresenta resultados preliminares de um estudo que consistiu na realização de 24 entrevistas em Dili e Maputo em 2018 e 2019 e na consulta de arquivos em Moçambique, reconstituindo uma parte desta história de solidariedades. As entrevistas foram realizadas junto dos quadros timorenses que constituíam a delegação externa da Fretilin em Moçambique e aqueles que receberam bolsas para continuar os seus estudos em Moçambique, e também das moçambicanas e moçambicanos com quem trabalharam, estudaram e que estabeleceram redes de solidariedade com a causa de Timor. Este é, no entanto, um projeto em andamento, não é? E foi interrompido por causa da questão da pandemia Covid. Portanto, é um projeto de história oral e com certeza incluirá o regresso várias vezes a falar com as mesmas pessoas. Portanto, estas são as primeiras entrevistas que eu fiz com alguns timorenses, quer em Dili, quer em Maputo. Pronto, e então tem este caráter inacabado. Vou apresentar algumas das entrevistas e também do material de arquivo. E começando por seguir estas trajetórias pessoais e coletivas do grupo timorenses desde o seu país, que passa por Portugal e outros lugares, este estudo tece as histórias de estudantes e quadros políticos da Fretilin que testemunharam e viveram transformações políticas e revoluções democráticas na Europa, lutas pela libertação em países africanos e asiáticos, e que se formaram e participaram na construção de um novo país, Moçambique, e por fim trouxeram essas experiências para um novo desafio de construir a nação timorense independente. Os testemunhos pessoais dão conta da diversidade e riqueza das experiências de vida, das relações interculturais estabelecidas, em trajetórias de vida que se foram improvisando pelas condicionantes que os impediram de regressar ao seu país de origem. E a história oral sobre esta dimensão do movimento pela independência de Timor, constituída a partir destes testemunhos, são de pessoas que estiveram em itinerância na diáspora e que não podem ser encontradas numa casa ou num arquivo, mas espelham vidas em viagem, marcadas por chegadas e partidas a locais e a realidades outras, onde se foram construindo e reconstruindo coletivamente ideias num seio do movimento pela independência. São arquivos em itinerância. Empresto o termo Walking Archives, ou arquivos em itinerância, da autora Sónia Vaz Borges, um conceito que usa para falar das trajetórias de vida marcadas pela errância e itinerância dos autores e autoras da luta pela independência da Guiné-Bissau e Cabo Verde no PAIGC. Portanto, eu vou começar por falar destas vidas em itinerância e da sua primeira paragem em Portugal, porque os timorenses que foram viver para Moçambique quase todos passaram, se não todos, por Portugal. Portanto, a primeira paragem deles é lá e começo por falar um pouco sobre isso. Portanto, no período da ocupação, é no final já do regime colonial português e na transição para a independência de Timor, que o governo português começa a investir mais fortemente e dá bolsas a timorenses, ainda que a um grupo circunscrito, para irem estudar nas universidades e escolas técnicas em Portugal. E isto é mais forte a partir do início dos anos 70, portanto os timorenses ainda foram de 70 até 74 com bolsas do governo português, ou então com o apoio das suas famílias, no caso de famílias que tinham esse dinheiro, para estudar em Portugal. Quando eles chegaram a Portugal, vieram-se juntar a um grupo ainda mais pequeno de estudantes timorenses que já estavam lá desde os anos 60 e que são muito poucas pessoas, mas 5 ou 6 pessoas que estavam lá com os seus próprios meios. E quando eles chegaram, vivia-se um período de grande agitação política nas universidades e escolas portuguesas, de contestação ao regime colonial fascista de Marcelo Caetano. Uma grande parte dos estudantes participou ativamente nos movimentos estudantis em Portugal. Contactou com os estudantes das antigas colónias portuguesas em África, que se juntavam para tertúlias e debates em várias casas, a Casa de Moçambique, a Casa de Angola, existia também a Casa de Timor, em Lisboa e Coimbra. Isto já depois de extinta a antiga Casa de Estudantes do Império, em 65 foi fechada pela PIDE-DGS, como muitas pessoas sabem, precisamente por ser o ponto de encontro de todos os estudantes das ex-colónias que se mobilizavam contra o colonialismo. E ao contrário da expectativa do regime, de facto, a Casa de Estudantes do Império acabou por ser um local, um catalisador de encontros culturais e políticos que abriram caminho para esta tomada de consciência sobre as injustiças do colonialismo, em um local por onde passaram vários fundadores de movimentos de libertação das ex-colónias. Portanto, os estudantes timorenses viveram este período revolucionário de 25 de Abril de 74 e falam muito sobre isso nas entrevistas, daí que eu tenha decidido incluir esta parte, de facto, mais inesperada, porque eu pensava que começaríamos logo a falar muito mais sobre Moçambique, mas de facto foi muito marcante, não é, para os quadros da Fretilin esta passagem pelo período revolucionário em Portugal. E, por exemplo, falam mesmo da criação da Casa dos Timores. Existia a Casa de Timor, não é, inicialmente, mas depois do 25 de Abril, o grupo que se associou à STT, que era liderado por Vicente Reis Saia, António Carvarinho, Amis Bassareo e Abílio Araújo, tomaram a Casa de Timor e renomearam-na de Casa dos Timores, de acordo com a Marina Alcatiri, que também fez parte deste grupo. A mudança, segundo ela, sinalizava uma consciência política mais forte, a identidade timorense liberta da mentalidade colonial. Daí vem o nome Timores, que, tal como o termo Malveres, era usado para se referir aos timorenses que não eram assimilados na cultura portuguesa e por isso considerados inferiores pelos colonialistas. Portanto, nós sabemos que, toda a gente sabe aqui, que este termo é depois reapropriado pela STT e Fretilin precisamente na luta pela independência. Em Coimbra, as repúblicas de estudantes eram outros locais escolhidos para os debates e tertúlias culturais e políticas. Vou falar um pouco de percursos diferentes e um pouco mais antes ainda deste primeiro grupo de timorenses que chegou nos anos 70 e que também viveram as lutas estudantis em Coimbra. É o caso de Leonel Andrade, que fez parte do grupo de estudantes mais pequeno que saíram dele nos anos 60. Era estudante de Engenharia na Universidade de Coimbra e frequentador de várias destas repúblicas, nomeadamente a República dos Milionários e a Quimbo dos Sobas, que na altura tinham como membros vários moçambicanos e angolanos ligados à Frelimo e a MPLA. Natural de Goa, viveu a sua infância e juventude em Dili, de onde terá partido para Portugal, para estudar em Coimbra, e em 1960 para a Suécia, onde concluiu os seus estudos em Engenharia Eletrotécnica. Entre 74 e 78 ele foi representante da Fretilin na Europa e partiu para Moçambique em 78, onde irá integrar a delegação externa da Fretilin. Mais tarde passa pela empresa estatal Eletricidade de Moçambique e reside atualmente com a sua família em Maputo. Durante alguns anos foi também representante da Fretilin em Cabo Verde, onde fez trabalho diplomático. Leonel recordou o ambiente das manifestações estudantis, em especial a de 69 em Coimbra, e o seu contacto mais próximo com os movimentos de libertação nos países africanos, no âmbito dos quais ainda não se abordava a questão da independência de Timor. Pelo seu envolvimento político nestes grupos e na iminência da mobilização para cumprimento de serviço militar obrigatório, que o obrigaria a participar na guerra colonial em África, em 70 consegue o passaporte para viajar para a França e pede visto humanitário na Suécia, onde continuaria os seus estudos e viria a assumir o papel de representante na Europa. Isto para dizer que no grupo de timorenses na diáspora existiam trajetórias e experiências bastante diversas, que não é possível catalogar simplesmente em diáspora timorense em Moçambique, ou mesmo frente externa timorense, mas que espelham esta circulação de pessoas e ideias e relações de solidariedade entre Timor e Moçambique, com passagem em Portugal e noutros países. Outra pessoa com quem falei, Jorge Graça, foi um estudante timorense que foi para Portugal também no início dos anos 70 e que já vivia em Moçambique nos anos 60, para onde os pais tinham emigrado. E depois, portanto, em 70, vai estudar Direito para a Universidade Clássica de Lisboa. Em Lisboa encontra-se com outro estudante timorense que viria a ter um papel importante na Fretilin, que é o António Carvarinho. E eles encontram-se no primeiro dia de aulas na Faculdade de Direito nas escadas e vão juntos participar em algumas reuniões na Casa dos Timores. Ou seja, a Jorge Graça já não convivia, para além da sua mãe, que era timorense, com timorenses há bastantes anos, mas vai se encontrar com o António Carvarinho no primeiro dia de aulas em Lisboa. A sua vida leva-o, no entanto, por caminhos diferentes dos seus conterrâneos, que viria a encontrar mais tarde em Moçambique e depois em Timor. Sobre este assunto explica: a minha percepção e compreensão da discriminação e consciência anticolonial começaram em Moçambique. Na análise das minhas opções, costumava dizer que Timor me ligava ao lado emocional. O lado da consciência política e da compreensão cognitiva do que era a exploração, o colonialismo, foi em Moçambique, foi na ligação com a Frelimo e nos textos da Frelimo. Durante os estudos em Lisboa, ele participou em várias reuniões da Associação de Estudantes de Direito, comícios, manifestações que eram convocadas pelos vários partidos que se opunham ao regime e que defendiam a libertação das ex-colónias. E participava ativamente nos encontros da Casa de Moçambique, a partir de onde as células da Frelimo operavam em Portugal. Ele integra uma dessas células em viagem pela Europa e transporta livros e panfletos clandestinamente, contactando organizações que apoiam os movimentos de libertação. Vários estudantes timorenses descrevem, aliás, contactos com organizações que apoiavam a independência das ex-colónias portuguesas na Europa, ou seja, em França, Itália, Alemanha, Suécia, existiam vários encontros, não é? Que alguns deles foram participando nesta altura. Quando Moçambique se torna independente, Jorge Graça é chamado para trabalhar diretamente com o Ministro de Estado na presidência de Moçambique, Óscar Monteiro, tendo ocupado cargos como diretor adjunto nacional da Função Pública e diretor da Organização do Estado. Mais tarde, Jorge Graça é mesmo deputado no Parlamento moçambicano nos anos 80. Neste papel, quando trabalhava com Óscar Monteiro, prepara com o ministro a recepção da primeira visita de uma delegação da Fretilin a Moçambique para participar na proclamação da independência de Moçambique a 25 de junho de 75 e também o seu encontro com o presidente Samora Machel. Segundo Jorge Graça, nessa altura os representantes da Fretilin desconheciam que ele estaria a trabalhar ali, tendo apenas visto que ele estava lá quando entraram na sala e poucos momentos antes de entrar no gabinete presidencial e trocar olhares. Ou seja, mais tarde estas pessoas vão se encontrar, não é? E vão falar sobre esses momentos, mas de facto eles não sabiam que estava um timorense a trabalhar, um timorense moçambicano a trabalhar dentro da presidência de Moçambique, que terá dado informações sobre quem eram as pessoas e qual era o papel da Fretilin. Portanto, isto é para dar, de facto, uma outra, através da história oral, que se consegue realmente ver que as trajetórias são bastante complexas, não é? Que envolvem várias redes. Neste contexto, queria só também falar que, de facto, neste período, Nicolau Lobato visita Portugal e reúne-se com estudantes na Casa dos Timores, ainda com a expectativa de reunir algum apoio do Estado português para a independência de Timor, mas não recolhe apoio e na iminência da invasão de Timor-Leste pela Indonésia, Nicolau Lobato e a delegação e Maria Alcatir e Roque Rodrigues começam de facto a encetar contactos com a Frelimo, em quem vem um apoio muito mais sólido do que seria na altura o Estado português, em convulsão política e bastante espartilhado, não é, nas suas opções e estratégias em relação à descolonização de Timor. Portanto, neste contexto, eles partem para Moçambique, a primeira delegação externa, não é, composta por Rogério Lobato, Maria Alcatir e o Roque Rodrigues, já estaria lá a fazer contactos com a Frelimo, foi a primeira pessoa que foi para Moçambique, e depois mais tarde irão em 76 os estudantes que estavam em Portugal e que quiseram ir para Moçambique estudar e receber este apoio do Estado moçambicano. Portanto, vou-vos falar um pouco só sobre a política de solidariedade do governo moçambicano com os movimentos internacionalistas anticoloniais para dar um pouco esse contexto. Não sei se alguém pode informar o tempo que eu tenho, porque eu perdi o meu relógio aqui.
Ora bem, tens mais 5 minutos.
Mais 5 minutos, ok. Portanto, se calhar eu passava realmente já para a experiência em Moçambique, que vai ficar assim um bocadinho menos focada. Portanto, a Fretilin tentava nesta altura reunir apoios para manter o assunto da ocupação de Timor-Leste na agenda das Nações Unidas e foram de facto os países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa, com destaque para Moçambique, Angola e Guiné-Bissau, contribuíram para esse esforço apoiando Ramos Horta e os outros que iam fazer lobby nas Nações Unidas e junto das delegações. Ramos Horta, em entrevista e nas memórias dele, reflete sobre isso e diz mesmo que se não tivesse havido este apoio, a questão de Timor teria caído na Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas logo em 75. Portanto, daí a importância estratégica deste apoio inicial, quando Portugal de facto não estava muito ativo diplomaticamente, e mesmo outros países do movimento dos não alinhados tinham demasiados interesses económicos e outros com a Indonésia que os levava a abster-se nas votações, portanto era complicado sem este apoio. De facto, os timorenses sentiam este apoio em especial no primeiro governo liderado por Samora Machel. De facto, Samora Machel é apontado como o principal apoiante da causa timorense e é emblemática a frase que ele prefere sobre isso, que diz: enquanto Timor-Leste não for um país independente, a independência de Moçambique não estará completa. E, portanto, ele levava esta questão a todos os fóruns internacionais, quer do movimento não alinhados, quer nas Nações Unidas, quer nos encontros bilaterais. Ele mencionava sempre a questão de Timor-Leste, inclusivamente sabendo que a Indonésia foi fundador, não é, na Conferência de Bandung, e que isto incomodaria o general Suharto, mas de certa maneira ele nunca foi sempre frontal, não é? Disse-o sempre, e por vezes a Indonésia não participou nestes encontros porque sabia que Moçambique ia estar, daí a importância desse apoio. Falei deste apoio oficial dado pelo governo de Moçambique. No entanto, existiam também iniciativas várias para dar apoio aos vários grupos de libertação que recebiam apoio do Estado moçambicano, não só a Fretilin, mas também vários movimentos de libertação, em especial da África Austral, a quem o governo de Samora Machel deu apoio, nomeadamente à ONC da luta anti-apartheid da África do Sul, à SWAPO na Namíbia, a ZANU em Zimbábue, a Frente Polisário do Saara Ocidental, ou seja, todos estes movimentos, tal como a Fretilin, estavam em Maputo e noutras cidades de Moçambique e recebiam o apoio direto do Estado moçambicano. Era neste contexto que os timorenses também viviam e com quem tinham encontros frequentes. Existia, por exemplo, a Associação Moçambicana de Amizade e Solidariedade com os Povos, que incluía todas estas delegações e faziam encontros frequentes para discutir as questões e os problemas, as estratégias, não é? De todos estes movimentos. Para além disso, existia uma associação de amizade com a independência de Timor-Leste, que era mais a nível da sociedade civil e que fazia encontros também com os timorenses para manter a causa timorense sempre viva portanto, na sociedade moçambicana. Na minha estadia em Maputo foi também interessante compreender, junto de pessoas de vários quadrantes da sociedade que viveram este período, que as memórias estão vivas desse período, desse sentido de missão, não só ao nível do Estado, mas também da sociedade civil, e que nessa altura Moçambique teria essa missão de ajudar outros povos oprimidos a libertar-se. Os jornais da época, em particular a Notícias e a Revista Tempo, que vou mostrar aqui um bocado, mostravam diariamente notícias sobre os vários desenvolvimentos das lutas de libertação da Palestina ao Chile. Interessante é também ver notícias sobre movimentos sindicalistas da Austrália, por exemplo, e sobre Portugal e as dificuldades dos trabalhadores nesses primeiros tempos da democracia. Em conversas mais informais e em entrevistas junto desta geração, foi possível compreender que o assunto fez parte das suas vidas. Por exemplo, em encontros não planeados com o escritor Calano da Silva ou o cineasta Sol Carvalho, começando uma conversa com eles, abriam-se sempre estas memórias sobre os tempos em que eles eram jornalistas na revista Tempo, sob a direção de Mia Couto, e escreviam sobre Timor-Leste. Entrevistavam os membros da delegação em Moçambique e participavam de encontros que reafirmavam os direitos à autodeterminação. O historiador, por exemplo, da Universidade de Eduardo Mondlane, Marlene Mobay, lembra-se das manifestações no campus da Universidade em defesa dos direitos do povo Malber quando era estudante ainda no início dos anos 90. Na entrevista realizada com a socióloga Isabel Casimir, do Centro de Estudos Africanos, ela falou também do seu percurso conjunto com Ana Pessoa na WILSA, Women and Law in Southern Africa Research and Education Trust, de qual a Ana Pessoa é fundadora, e que é uma organização não governamental regional que faz pesquisa sobre a situação dos direitos das mulheres em vários países da África Austral. Com um grupo de juristas moçambicanas, incluindo a Ana Pessoa, Isabel Casimir fala da participação em eventos que elas fizeram por vários países e do trabalho de pesquisa que realizaram sobre direitos das mulheres no Centro de Estudos Africanos. Contou as suas memórias de visitar a Machamba ou Quinta Timorense na Matola, como lhe chamou, e comer arroz em folha de bananeira. enquanto exclusivamente juntavam também colegas e responsáveis da frente policiária em Moçambique. Portanto, são aqui um bocado as lembranças de moçambicanos que conheceram os timorenses nesta época. Eu não tenho assim muito tempo para falar,
Não tens não.
Falaria sobre mais coisas nas entrevistas também que fiz aos timorenses, mas de certa maneira espelham isso, não é? Espelham que eles se sentiram muito bem recebidos e que estudaram na universidade em várias áreas de Direito, Agricultura, Biologia, Medicina, Economia, Gestão, Engenharia, Relações Internacionais. Podemos encontrar estudantes e todos eles mais ou menos regressaram a Timor-Leste em 99 e até os primeiros anos da independência. Alguns deles estão em Portugal, um grupo restrito, e outros, muito poucas pessoas na Austrália. Portanto, de facto, receberam formação neste contexto com o objetivo de obter qualificações que os preparavam para trabalhar numa nova nação independente. E foi isso que foi sempre transmitido pelo governo de Samora Machel. Aliás, a Marina Alcatiri diz isso, diz nós éramos tratados como moçambicanos, mas nós sabíamos que nós iríamos um dia regressar a Timor-Leste. Portanto, vou só terminar dizendo que esta história de certa maneira está ausente, a dimensão cosmopolita de parte da sociedade timorense que esteve em contacto com estas culturas e sociedades e com movimentos internacionalistas solidários que apoiavam os movimentos de libertação, é pouco conhecida, quer na sociedade timorense, e está praticamente ausente da historiografia Timor-Leste, apesar de breves referências na literatura. E, portanto, daí a importância de resgatar estas histórias menos conhecidas. E peço desculpa ter tomado mais do que o meu tempo. Mas é uma história longa.
Está tudo bem, a gente ficava aqui a ouvir-te uma hora inteira, de certeza. Okay, so thank you, Marisa. We would gladly hear you for an hour or more, but we have to share the platform with other speakers. And next one is Camila Tribes. She comes from the Federal University of Bahia in Brazil. She's also someone who has been working on Timor and questions about the Timorese for a long time. She has been a regular participant in TLSA conferences and published in proceedings. And she's going to talk about female solidarity in the anti-colonial struggle from Timor-Leste to Mozambique. So Camila, the floor is yours, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Rui, Hannah, and David for the opportunity. And I'm very happy to be here with Danielle and Marisa. I think we have lots to share here about the Mozambique role in Timor-Leste struggle. And I'm sorry, I will talk in Portuguese, but I have a presentation with some words and topics in English, so maybe it will be easier for everybody. Tell me if you are seeing my presentation, yeah? It's okay, yeah. So I will talk about the female solidarity, yeah. E fiquei muito feliz, então, Marisa, que estamos dialogando, porque Marisa trouxe já bastante do que eu ia fazer como introdução dessa conexão entre Timor-Leste e Moçambique. Mas, aproveitando então a fala da Teresa na nossa sessão anterior, o meu foco aqui é sobre o papel das mulheres, que se a relação entre Moçambique e Timor-Leste não é suficientemente estudada, o papel das mulheres, então, nessa organização, nessas redes de solidariedade, é menos ainda. Então, a gente tem aí muito para estudar e muito para registrar dessas experiências. Então, eu tenho como objetivo geral aqui, então, analisar essas redes de solidariedade entre Timor-Leste e Moçambique, especialmente as mulheres timorenses que foram viver em Moçambique após 76, entender essas relações, as estratégias de resistência e a importância da participação dessas mulheres, e especialmente jogar luz, né, sobre essa atuação das mulheres na frente diplomática. E aí eu trago algumas dificuldades da pesquisa que eu acredito que Marisa também enfrentou e é uma coisa que eu quero que a gente, inclusive, possa conversar depois, que é um silenciamento, né? Para além do silenciamento da história das mulheres, que existe constantemente em qualquer relação política, né? A história das mulheres é subjugada, é silenciada. Nós temos ainda a questão que eu estou arriscando aqui trabalhar com a ideia de desexílio, e aí eu quero até destacar que essa é uma pesquisa que está iniciando, eu estou fazendo o meu doutoramento, então é uma pesquisa inicial, mas existe uma questão de que as mulheres têm uma dificuldade de falar sobre suas vidas, suas experiências e tudo mais, em dois sentidos. E aí eu retomo até a frase que a Marisa terminou, né, de que a Marina Alcatiri trouxe na entrevista, de que eram tratados como moçambicanos, mas sabiam que iam voltar para Timor-Leste, né? Mas, ao mesmo tempo, essa volta significa ser tratado como estrangeiro em sua própria terra, né? Então, eu tenho trabalhado aqui com a ideia de desexílio, que é uma ideia que vem ali da área da história e que reflete muito esse conflito, né? Essas mulheres, elas estão atuando ainda politicamente, de várias formas, no contexto timorense, elas são familiares de pessoas que estão atuando politicamente, então a gente tem aí diversos exemplos, a crise de 2006, as próprias dificuldades políticas atuais, né, do governo timorense, espelham essa dificuldade que essas mulheres às vezes têm de trazer essas histórias com medo de como que elas serão interpretadas e do que isso significa para os seus familiares e para a sua própria atuação política no país, né? Então, eu uso aqui uma frase que na verdade, de uma historiadora brasileira, mas que traz um pouco de uma reflexão do poeta Mário Benedetti, que também discute sobre essa ideia de outsiders e insiders, né? Então, quem ficou em Timor-Leste, quem estava na guerrilha e quem estava fora, quem estava exilado. E como muitas vezes esses exilados são vistos como privilegiados, né? Como não timorenses o suficiente, né? E aí essa frase do Mário Benedetti é bem importante para a gente pensar, porque ele traz a ideia de não cair na tentação fácil, né, desse conflito, e porque todos eles foram, de alguma forma, restringidos, né, em sua liberdade, em teu contexto político. Então, todos perderam. Não faz sentido ver aqueles que estavam fora como privilegiados, apesar de que isso é alimentado, inclusive, politicamente, até hoje, né? Então, eu quis trazer essa reflexão para a gente pensar as dificuldades da pesquisa. E aí, trazendo então as relações entre Timor-Leste e Moçambique, eu não vou me aprofundar, porque a Marisa já explorou bastante, mas eu trouxe aqui então as duas imagens, né, da Organização da Mulher Moçambicana e da Organização Popular da Mulher Timorense, que tem aí uma relação desde o seu início e que estão conectadas inclusive com a segunda onda dos feminismos que estavam tomando corpo em diversos países. E essas organizações de mulheres, né, no contexto das lutas pela descolonização, também tem uma importância muito grande se a gente pensa na lógica de de incluir a mulher nessa luta e não apenas como coadjuvante, né? E sim como, de fato, metade da população, pessoas importantíssimas nesse desenvolvimento dessa luta, né? Então, a inspiração da Organização Popular da Mulher Timorense, muito ligada à Organização da Mulher Moçambicana, né? Assim como a Fretilin se inspirou muito na Frelimo e todas essas relações que a gente tem trabalhado aqui. E aí eu vou trazer algumas chaves aqui para a gente pensar juntos. A primeira chave que eu trago para a gente analisar são as relações, né? As relações familiares, as relações emocionais entre as mulheres timorenses e moçambicanas. E isso me saltou aos olhos em algumas entrevistas, em algumas falas, do quanto que, inclusive, as crianças, hoje adultos, né, que nasceram em Moçambique, se referem a mulheres moçambicanas como tias. Né? Então, por exemplo, a Marisa citou Isabel Casimiro, e tem diversas pessoas aí timorenses que nasceram em Moçambique e regressaram, que chamam Isabel Casimiro de tia, e outras mulheres moçambicanas também. E isso traz muito da relação afetiva e emocional que essas famílias timorenses desenvolveram com as famílias moçambicanas, com as mulheres moçambicanas. E o quanto que isso revela das redes de solidariedade mesmo, né? O quanto que isso revela dessa acolhida que essas famílias timorenses receberam, principalmente em Maputo, né? E o quanto que a luta política aproximou essas mulheres e aproximou essas famílias, né? Então, essa é uma primeira chave de análise aqui a ser desenvolvida ainda, mas que tem saltado bastante, tanto nas entrevistas quanto nas análises, né? A segunda chave de análise, e que inclusive a Marisa também já trabalhou, Hannah Lone trabalhou recentemente, a Amanda Wise trabalhou sobre isso também na questão australiana, é a promoção de eventos culturais, né, timorenses, mas com a participação dessa comunidade internacional, dessas redes de solidariedade, né, promovendo eventos culturais, comemorando as datas cívicas e nacionalistas de Timor-Leste nos outros países. E aí aqui eu quero agradecer especialmente ao Daniel de Luca, que tem sido aí um grande parceiro de pesquisa, que me cedeu algumas das entrevistas que ele realizou em Maputo em 2019, e é muito interessante como isso aparece nas entrevistas, o quanto que essas mulheres falam de forma, inclusive, afetiva, né, dessas organizações, né, e o quanto que elas participaram. E aí eu cito aqui principalmente os eventos internacionais da juventude de Cuba, em 1978, e da Rússia, em 1985. E aí até comentam do quanto ficaram impressionadas com a Rússia, aquela lógica, né, do socialismo tornado real ainda antes da queda do muro, e essa ligação ideológica e o fato de estarem ali representando Timor-Leste, né? E o quanto que isso valorizava, né, a participação desses jovens timorenses que estavam em Moçambique, e eles inclusive reforçam, né, como a Marisa também trouxe antes, né, isso não seria possível sem o apoio do governo moçambicano, e isso valorizou muito a possibilidade de conexão com as redes internacionais e principalmente com as redes femininas, com as redes de mulheres, né? E o quanto essas redes de solidariedade deram visibilidade para o movimento timorense, da luta timorense. E aí uma terceira chave de análise que eu trouxe para esse trabalho, que claramente não se esgota aqui, mas enfim, eu estou levantando aí informações e entrevistas para a gente se aprofundar, E a terceira chave de análise, então, é o papel que essas mulheres desempenharam, inclusive no partido, né? Porque em 76 a Fretilin muda o seu comitê, né, de ação de Lisboa para Maputo. E o CAF estando em Maputo significa que essas mulheres também participaram ativamente dessa lógica política, né? E das relações de comunicação, das relações, inclusive, de estarem comunicando com Timor-Leste. Então, algumas entrevistas aí que eu trouxe a foto da Marina Catiri, né? Ela comenta que ela fazia as comunicações por carta, por telex, e tinha o acesso, inclusive, da rádio, né? A rádio que estava colocada em Darwin para fazer a comunicação com o Timor, e ela recebia essas informações, organizava e passava para o CAF, né? Então, eu quis destacar isso, essa foto é dos Cadernos do Terceiro Mundo, e eu quis destacar isso justamente pela importância que essas mulheres desempenharam nessa comunicação, pela importância que essas mulheres desempenharam na realização das redes de solidariedade políticas, né? E o quanto que essas histórias elas estão aí por serem registradas, por serem documentadas, né? E aí, ao mesmo tempo, eu quero levando aqui para o encerramento da apresentação, mas destacar o quanto que aí mulheres, né, que todos nós já citamos aqui os nomes, Ana Pessoa, Marina Alcatiri, mas entre outras, né, trazem essa vivência, né, trazem essa experiência, esses relatos, essas comunicações, essas conexões, mas que a gente ainda tem muita dificuldade de fazer esse registro e de aprofundar nesses relatos, né? Porque a gente ainda tem, infelizmente, o foco nos homens, na atuação dos homens, na atuação masculina, né? Nessas redes de solidariedade, nesses organismos políticos institucionais. Então, eu quis trazer essas três breves chaves de análise para a gente realmente pensar esse papel das mulheres nessas redes de solidariedade e nessa possibilidade, então, né, de conexões realmente das redes femininas, né, das redes de mulheres, e o quanto que isso impactou e foi importante na luta timorense como um todo. Era isso. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado, Camila. Passamos agora ao nosso último... thank you. Let's now move into the last speaker of this panel, Daniel de Luca. He comes from the Universidade da Integração Internacional da Lusofonia Afro-Brasileira. Wow, a big name for a university in Brazil. And Daniel is also someone who has long worked on Timor. He has produced a magnificent doctoral dissertation. He keeps on working on Brazil. And again, it is about diaspora memories in the Indian Ocean, again, relating Timor-Leste and Mozambique. So, Danielle, the floor is yours. 20 minutes, if you please.
Sorry. I have a problem to open my PowerPoint. I don't know how to do. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Agora
Oh, my
sim.
God. Yes?
Agora sim. Yes.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rui, for the kind words. And thank you, Hannah, thank you, Webster, for the opportunity. Oh my God. So I'm researcher, and I will speak in Portuguese. The presentations in English to help, but I will speak in Portuguese, sorry. Essa pesquisa que eu vou apresentar é uma parte menor, pontual, de uma pesquisa mais ampla que eu tenho desenvolvido, que aborda a questão de Timor nos anos da ocupação indonésia, pensando comparativamente a recepção em Moçambique e no Brasil. Ou seja, a minha preocupação aqui é pensar como a questão de Timor permitiu conectar no sul global 3 regiões que foram marcadas pelo legado colonial português diferentemente, né? O Sudeste Asiático, África Austral e Cone Sul, América do Sul. E aí, valorizar sobretudo os laços entre timorenses, moçambiques e brasileiros que foram tecidos aí no último quartel do século XX. Essa é um pouco a ideia geral de uma pesquisa que é lenta, que eu tenho feito, uma pesquisa de longa duração, que eu tenho feito sem recursos, numa universidade pública em crise, sob ataque no Brasil. Vale dizer também que, num contexto que a gente vive no Brasil de fechamento do regime, o tema da solidariedade internacional, que é o tema dessa mesa, e também foi da onde surgiu o TLSA, ele voltou muito forte no nosso país. Esse é um tema forte hoje no Brasil, devido à situação que a gente tem vivido. Em termos de método de pesquisa, eu trabalho com pesquisa de campo, fieldwork, e pesquisa de arquivo em contexto muito situado, documentação, entrevista, reconstituição de cenário, disputas, trajetórias pessoais e de grupos também envolvidos com a questão de Timor e Timor-Leste, no Brasil e Moçambique. Eu tenho uma abordagem que dialoga com antropologia, história e relações internacionais, é um pouco a proposta. Os estudos mais detalhados sobre a diáspora timorense, eles focalizam sobretudo a Austrália, não só, mas Austrália, Portugal e Macau. Moçambique, pelo menos até onde eu sei, até hoje, era, com a presença da Marisa e da Camila aqui com a gente, era um tema, no mínimo, marginalizado e silenciado. Então, tem um silêncio nos estudos sobre a diáspora timorense, no que se refere a Moçambique, pelo menos na bibliografia, estudos mais detalhados, você encontra algumas referências, mas estudos detalhados ainda há uma ausência. Por outro lado, também, no debate sobre a descolonização portuguesa no Oceano Índico, é um livro muito bonito da Pamela Gupta, que ela pensa as conexões entre Moçambique, Índia e África do Sul, ela ignora completamente a presença de Timor. Então, você tem um silêncio sobre a diáspora índica em Timor, há um silêncio sobre o Timor também no debate sobre as conexões do Índico no colonialismo português. Então, há um duplo cego, ou um duplo silêncio aí colocado. E aqui um pouco eu compartilho de vários estudos que abordam a temática da história cruzada, da história entrelaçada, e nesse caso eu considero que a luta de libertação de Timor-Leste, visto da perspectiva da diáspora índica, é inseparável da luta de autodeterminação de Moçambique, da construção do Estado Nacional moçambicano, do Estado pós-colonial moçambicano. Tá? Então, o esforço que eu tenho tido é pensar numa visão geopolítica bifocal, pensar as histórias entrelaçadas no conflito no Sudeste Asiático e também na África Austral. Então, só para situar um pouco a política externa de Moçambique, pós-colonial, imediatamente, até 86 isso é muito marcado, depois vai se modificando após a morte de Samora Machel. Ele é uma política anti-imperialista, antirracista, assimilada ao movimento dos países não alinhados e de evidência de um internacionalismo no socialista muito forte, até 86. Sobretudo porque ela recebeu apoio dessas forças políticas internacionais também na luta contra o colonialismo português. E aí tinham problemas regionais e vizinhos evidentes em Moçambique que os timorenses que para lá foram tinham que lidar. Eu não vou repetir algumas coisas que a Marisa comentou aqui, que foi muito bacana a apresentação dela, e eu acho que já contextualiza o fluxo vindo de Portugal. Mas o contexto moçambicano é interessante olhar, porque é o contexto de recepção na qual os timorenses chegaram. Zimbábue, até então era Rodésia, era um governo racista, tinha um apartheid próprio, era governado por uma minoria branca, e Moçambique estava num confronto. Pós-independência, ele entra em confronto direto, tem que fechar as fronteiras, né? E estava investindo na guerra, na então Rodésia, que depois virou Zimbábue. Também apoiando Angola, a África do Sul invade Angola, né? Logo depois da independência. Apoiando o movimento de libertação da Namíbia. E também recebendo, né, os militantes da ANC, que é o Congresso Nacional Africano, que recebia. Então, e em termos de apoio extra-regional, Moçambique tinha uma projeção anti-imperialista muito forte na luta da Palestina, do Saara Ocidental, ocupado pelo Marrocos, e Timor-Leste. Então, a recepção de Timor-Leste em Moçambique, na chave da política externa, ela é enquadrada nessa visão mais ampliada de um internacionalismo xenofílico que tem uma abertura para o não alinhamento e uma simpatia muito grande ao socialismo, explícita, pelo menos nos 2 primeiros 10 anos. Aqui essa foto é uma foto famosa que a Marisa já apresentou, que é do encontro no contexto da Declaração da Independência, em 75. Mas o que é interessante é que Moçambique, como recebeu exilados timorenses, recebeu exilados de outras partes do mundo também. E ele ofereceu esses exilados de outras partes do mundo, sul-africanos, brasileiros, chilenos, timorenses, tentou oferecer um pouco aquilo que foi oferecido para ele na luta de libertação dele, que a Argélia ofereceu para Moçambique, que a Tanzânia ofereceu para Moçambique como santuários, né? Então tem uma espécie de reprodução aí no apoio a uma diplomacia da libertação. Outra foto também conhecida já é o Alcatiri estabelecendo os protocolos diplomáticos com o chanceler moçambicano, Joaquim Chissano, que vira o segundo presidente de Moçambique. E Maputo, nesse momento, vira, portanto, um lugar de encontro de militantes intelectuais de várias partes do mundo, agentes da cooperação internacional, artistas, né, cineastas, revolucionários e exilados políticos também, né, como timorenses. Ano passado, como eu falei, essa pesquisa tem sido feita sem recurso, com recurso próprio. A minha esposa, que pesquisa Moçambique, eu fui com ela ano passado para Moçambique e tive a oportunidade de entrevistar 10 pessoas que se envolveram diretamente com o grupo de timorenses que viveu em Maputo durante a ocupação. E a Marina Alcatiri foi uma pessoa-chave nesse contexto, né? Acho que apareceu na Marisa, na fala da Camila também. E, de fato, o nome Alcatiri é muito importante em Maputo, em Moçambique ainda. É uma referência muito forte no país. A própria Marina Alcatiri é chamada no país, né, nos ambientes públicos, de embaixadora de Timor, mesmo ela não sendo mais embaixadora de Timor. E vale dizer também sobre o nome Alcatiri, que é interessante que o nome Alcatiri é parte, talvez, da mais antiga diáspora do Oceano Índico, uma diáspora que surge do Iêmen, séculos atrás. O nome Alcatiri está vinculado a essa diáspora iemenita, que vai para a Índia, para o Sudeste Asiático, para a Malásia, para a Indonésia, para a Singapura. Um outro comentário também sobre uma estadia em Moçambique que me chamou a atenção foi o primeiro dia que eu cheguei, eu peguei uma chopela, como se fosse um tuk-tuk, transporte para ir para a embaixada, e fui para a embaixada timorense. No caminho, o motorista da chopela, um rapaz de 35 anos, na minha idade, um pouco mais novo que eu, ele contou a história de Timor e falou do apoio que Moçambique deu para Timor. Aquilo me chocou muito, porque no meu país, no Brasil, há uma ignorância, um silenciamento completo sobre Timor, sobre a história de Timor, sobre a responsabilidade brasileira em relação à política de Timor, a questão de Timor. E me chamou muita atenção o lugar na memória pública de Timor-Leste em Moçambique. Esse foi um fenômeno que me chamou a atenção de uma maneira muito forte. Os relatos que eu coletei em Moçambique falam que o tamanho da comunidade era muito incerto, variava entre 10 e 40 pessoas. Teve várias vagas migratórias, pessoas que saíram, que voltaram, e timorenses que se casaram e desenvolveram suas vidas em Moçambique também se distanciaram da comunidade timorense, e o referendo para a independência de Timor em 99 registrou 55 votos de pessoas declaradas como timorenses. Aqui são apenas reportagens da revista Tempo, que mostram um pouco, isso é de 75, são reportagens que estavam acompanhando a proclamação da independência, a ocupação indonésia, e já denunciando os interesses também do petróleo, né? E anunciando também uma solidariedade internacional e uma identidade na luta contra o imperialismo, entre a Fretilin e a Frelimo. E o pouco que que a gente sabe um pouco sobre as histórias, a Camila já destacou isso, tem narrado pelos homens, sobretudo, e sobretudo sobre os homens que são lideranças. Mas como os timorenses, qual é o lugar dos timorenses que não estão nos quadros da Frelimo, da Fretilin? Como os timorenses se viveram em Maputo? Como eles foram recebidos? Eles estudaram? Como eles expressaram seu nacionalismo e sua luta em Moçambique? Então, aqui, a gente não tem tempo, eu queria explorar esses tópicos só selecionando dois relatos de dois personagens. Um é o José Soares, que é um médico que estudou na Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, em Moçambique, e ele conta um pouquinho como que ele chegou. Ele estava vinculado à Casa dos Timores, que a Marisa comentou, veio para Maputo em 76, exatamente 2 anos depois da Revolução dos Cravos, dia 24 de abril. Ele se lembra até hoje, porque era dia seguinte, era o dia das eleições. E ele foi um avião cheio de timorenses, eram 30 timorenses, segundo ele, mais ou menos. E chegando em Timor, eles foram alocados na messe, na casa dos oficiais portugueses da aeronáutica, que tinha sido abandonado. O José conta que era um espaço privilegiado, ele reconheceu que era um espaço privilegiado para Frelimo naquele momento, mas ficaram pouco tempo lá, e depois esses timorenses estudantes foram para a CUP. A CUP é um condomínio, é um conjunto habitacional. No Brasil, o conjunto habitacional é de classe popular, mas é um condomínio para a época de status, é um condomínio de alta qualidade naquele momento, 75, um condomínio feito pelos portugueses, e foram distribuídos foram disponibilizados 4 quartos, 4 apartamentos para os timorenses, com 3 quartos cada um. Então viviam 6 timorenses em cada apartamento. Isso é uma parcela, uma parte pequena dos timorenses que foram, junto com os estudantes. As lideranças ficavam num outro lugar, na Matola. A senhora Catiri comentou, né? Fica na Matola, uma casa que tinha no campo, alguns quilômetros de distância. Ainda hoje, José Soares, médico, continua vivendo na COP. E os outros apartamentos dados aos timorenses também continuam vivendo por timorenses ou descendentes de timorenses. Jorge Dias é um segundo personagem, ou segundo sujeito que eu tive o prazer de conhecer em Moçambique. Atualmente, ele é diretor do Centro Cultural Brasil-Moçambique. Ele é filho de um português com uma mãe indo-muçulmana, de origem goesa, né, de ascendência goesa, e o seu pai biológico, depois da Revolução dos Cravos, foge, depois do conflito que tem em Moçambique, ele foge para a África do Sul, a mãe não pode acompanhar, porque é um casal mestiço, e a mãe fica com os 4 filhos no auge da Revolução Moçambicana. Esse é um aspecto importante que foi comentado, esse internacionalismo que acontece em Moçambique, ele tem que ser visto também numa chave revolucionária. Moçambique se declarava como um Estado revolucionário, Portugal vivia a Revolução dos Cravos, e Timor-Leste, durante a proclamação da independência, se anunciava como Revolução Malbere. Então, existe uma conexão também revolucionária, né, que movimenta esses sujeitos. No caso de Jorge Dias, ele comenta que o seu pai foi como militar para Moçambique. O seu padrasto, quem cuidou de Jorge Dias foi o padrasto timorense, que foi como militar para Moçambique para lutar contra a Frelimo e acabou se inserindo em Moçambique independente, pois não conseguiu voltar nem para Timor e teve dificuldades para ir para Portugal. E o padrasto de Jorge Dias inseriu toda a família que foi crescendo, a família virou 10 pessoas, num contexto complicado de vida, inseriu a família na comunidade timorense. Então, nessa comunidade, Mário Alcatiri é chamado de ministro. Então, as memórias do Jorge Dias são memórias de infância sobre a comunidade timorense. Eu detalho um pouco isso mais com mais atenção no Papers. Mas o que é interessante que, do decorrer do crescimento, ou seja, existe uma guerra regional na África Austral, que no qual Moçambique está envolvido, e gradativamente essa guerra, uma guerra de desestabilização, vai criando áreas de guerra civil dentro do território moçambicano contra Renamo, da Frelimo contra Renamo. Essa guerra vai fazer Maputo ficar em situações, segundo Jorge Dias, uma cidade-estado de sítio. Né, tinha dificuldade com água, com energia elétrica, dificuldade de abastecimento, coisa para comer. Tem um racionamento da alimentação na cidade. Então, a família era grande, tinha dificuldade de se alimentar. Os timorenses que eu conversei também narraram isso. Não se comia nada. O carne que se comia carapau era o peixe. Eles não aguentavam mais ver carapau. Tinha uma dificuldade da alimentação. E o Jorge Dias comenta que a comunidade timorense foi o que ajudou, salvou a família naquele momento. A comunidade timorense ele chamava Machamba timorense. A Machamba timorense, Machamba é uma palavra que vem do Swahili, que significa terreno de cultivo. E era a quinta, na qual o governo da Frelimo tinha cedido aos timorenses. Lá eles plantavam de tudo, cenoura, alface, e cultivavam também animais. Esses animais foram fundamentais, segundo Jorge. Era só com a família timorense que eles conseguiam comer carne, porque eles tinham a possibilidade de comer carne no momento que tinha um racionamento muito grande por conta da guerra que tomava o território moçambicano naquele momento. Aqui é uma imagem dos timorenses na Matola. Tá? Essa imagem eu peguei do Facebook da própria Fretilin. Tá, Ramos Horta, Mário Catiri, e a pessoa que eu não consegui identificar. Aqui, Matola é onde os líderes frequentavam, não é o caso do José e nem do Jorge. E o outro aspecto que é muito marcante nas memórias são as manifestações culturais, que a Camila já comentou um pouco, no qual se cantava surubói, tebedai, cadalac sulimuto, forro ramelau, que as histórias do país, que era um lugar, se falava de poesia,
Daniel,
teto era anunciado, pois não?
5 minutos.
Ah, obrigado. Estou puxando para o final já. E o que é interessante é que essas manifestações, essas performances, elas ocorriam com a participação de internacionais também. O Jorge Dias, que eu entrevistei, que eu falei moçambicano, cujo padrasto era timorense, ele participava, ele cantava músicas em teto, dançava e encenava histórias da luta, da resistência nas montanhas, em Moçambique. Essa participação dos internacionais era uma forma de mostrar que a luta nacionalista timorense estava envolvida numa luta internacionalista maior, que era a perspectiva que se colocava naquele momento em Moçambique e os seus aliados. Era uma expressão da resistência. E aí eu trago o conceito do Bennett Anderson e outros autores, a ideia de long distance, nacionalismo de longa distância, uma forma de afirmar, num contexto extraterritorial, a existência de uma nação, né, composta por povo, língua, cultura, história. Ou seja, essas manifestações culturais eram dramas, né, dramas culturais, dramas políticos, elas não eram apenas culturais, elas também tinham uma dimensão política, até porque Samora Machel participou de algumas, a primeira ele participou, e altos quadros da Frelimo também, que é uma foto cedida pela Marina Alcatiri, tá, das dançarinas em Maputo. A Marina Alcatiri é a segunda da esquerda para a direita. Quando os timorenses retornaram, alguns retornantes foram chamados de grupo de Maputo, e foram acusados por algumas pessoas em Timor de não terem participado ativamente da luta por a independência. Esse é um tema muito sensível, acho que a Marisa comentou, a Camila também, de cada uma de uma forma, mas é um tema muito sensível, eu acho que tem a ver, e está relacionado diretamente com o poder e com o silêncio sobre essa história de Moçambique, porque a história, como você sabe, o Litt escreve sobre isso, tem sido usada como uma ferramenta na luta política pela legitimação no poder, no Estado pós-independência em Moçambique. Agora, a documentação que narra, parte da documentação que narra o ativismo timorense em Moçambique também foi destruído na luta em Moçambique, em Timor-Leste. Em 2002, a cava do então primeiro-ministro Mário Catiri foi queimada e o arquivo que ele trouxe de Maputo foi destruído. E a possibilidade também de aprender mais sobre a história timorense em Moçambique também foi destruída nesse processo. Nessa apresentação eu quis destacar as dimensões do cotidiano na diáspora timorense, pensando o que é uma dimensão que não é analisada nas grandes quadros interpretativos, né, sobre a resistência timorense. Em Moçambique, os timorenses eram chamados de fretilins pelos internacionalistas. Em Dili, quando eles voltaram, eles foram chamados de Grupo de Maputo. E, de qualquer maneira, o oceano, eles marcam presença nas duas margens do Oceano Índico, e ainda hoje Moçambique está presente também na sociedade civil timorense pela AMAMOTIL, que é a Associação Moçambicana de Amigos de Moçambique de Timor-Leste. E, para terminar, a solidariedade que foi feita nos anos da ocupação, ela rende frutos hoje. Ou seja, a história não é um fenômeno do passado, ele se manifesta, se arrasta e se transforma no presente. Aqui é uma imagem de fundraising, de campanha, de aquisição por conta da destruição dos 2 furacões, Idai e Kenneth. Eu estava em Maputo quando o furacão Idai, o Kenneth, passou no norte de Moçambique. E o nome de Timor-Leste aparecia, eu ouvi o nome de Timor-Leste na rádio como um país solidário. E o próprio Miacouto, e aí eu agora concluo, o Miacouto fez um depoimento muito forte para a imprensa brasileira, denunciando como um país pequeno como Timor-Leste fez uma doação 10 vezes maior que um país como o Brasil, que é um país que tem uma projeção econômica e político de muito mais presença e dimensão no cenário internacional que Timor-Leste. Então, muito obrigado pela atenção, obrigado pela participação e desculpa se eu ultrapassei o tempo.
Não, obrigado, Daniel, foi excelente, esteve dentro do tempo. Okay, now we have some time, we can have 20 minutes, half an hour for Q&A, comments. It's interesting that we now have a broader idea of solidarity. We began with people addressing how the civil society in a number of countries organized to bring support to the Timorese in their struggle, and how they tried to influence their governments. But now we have also another perspective, is that sometimes state organizations could be the source of support, could be the source of solidarity. There is also state solidarity, and this is quite interesting because it broadens, in a sense, the concept of solidarity which we had at the beginning of our session. It is now broader, and it is very nice to acknowledge this broad perspective. Yes. So, who wants to raise the first question to one of our speakers? Just unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, John here.
John, go ahead, please.
Sorry, really just a relatively simple question. On archival aspects, which is my principal interest, I thought some really beautiful and interesting photographs shown in the presentations, some of which I have seen before, but only rarely, and some which I have never seen before. So, of course, I have an interest in ensuring that such photographs survive and are accessible to Timorese in the longer term. So, to both Daniel and Marisa in particular, I'm sure they're fully aware of these ideas, but I am just keen to see that they become available in Timor in some way or another, if you know their original sources. The other thing I wanted to just ask about, Daniel, I was surprised at your reference to the so-called Maputo archive. I thought when I spoke to Mario Katiri in about 2011, I'm pretty sure he said to me that a lot of his material survived precisely because it was not in Dili in 2002. But so I was just curious about what your source was for this idea that his material was burnt. Now, I do have another question, but that'll do for starters. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to answer? Please unmute yourself. We are not hearing. We are not hearing. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you for the question, John. Thank you. Thank you very much. My English is not perfect. I have some difficulty, so sorry for that. About the documentation, your question is very important because when I spoke with Marina and Maria Alcatiri too, then I understood had two archives. One go to Timor, and in the start, when Maria Alcatiri went to Timor, and another stayed in Maputo in his house. So in his house, the archive it's okay, but no one worked like have no archivist to work there to organize. So we have a big job, a big work to do there. One part of documents were burned. Is this? Marisa?
Okay. Anyone else wants a comment on John?
Yes, I would like to comment. I think it's a very important question, John, because in Mozambique you will find, and I didn't have time to see it all, but there are, I'm sure, many archives that have material on Timor. I mean, public archives. Not only the newspapers, but for example, Institute of Cinema, the radio, the Frelimo on archives, which are not publicly accessible for political reasons, because it does not only contain history about Timor, but about their own movement, so it's still not public. I find that, and I talked with the director of the Arquivo Histórico de Moçambique. He was very interested in knowing about my research, and he was very interested in understanding that in Timor people are also trying to digitalize archives, because as you probably know, Mozambique is years ahead of Timor in terms of preserving historical documents. So I mean, they have they are very well organized in the sense that they started the archives at the history department after the independence. They took the decision of having the main archives inside the history department, which means that it was historians that took care of the archives. And so they did, you know, now they are outside of the university, a part of it, and they are independent and connected to the state, to the ministry. But they have had also collaboration from other countries, and they digitalize a very big part of their archives. So I think that would be very interesting for Timor as a government or other institutions in Timor to have to work with Mozambican authorities to digitalize, for example, parts of the archive, because you would find a lot of material which we didn't have time because you needed a lot of time. But of course also personal archives, like you mentioned. Maria Alcatiri's archive, I also learned from his daughter that he has a big part of his archives are in Mozambique, and he doesn't bring it to Timor precisely because he knows there's a risk. But there is a danger with personal archives, as you know, is that they become, if they are not accommodated in the facilities in a tropical country, they will also not survive for a long time. So I think it's also a concern for these kind of personal archives. And it's not only Maria Alcatiri, but for example, Lionel had personal archives, and all the people that I interviewed in their houses, and they showed me photos of their meetings, and so you would need I think they would be happy to share in the future. So you would need to have a strong you know, continue to collect and have this. It would be important to preserve this part of history. And also I spoke with David, who is here, I think. He's doing a good job in doing a Solidarity Archives online. And I spoke with him before that I could give part of the material that I collected in the newspapers and magazines, particularly for him to then put in this online archive. So in the future, I can give this to him, and so it will be more public. That's all.
Okay,
and there is a group that Marisa used the photos also in Facebook, Knua Halibur, yeah, that it's collecting photos and archives for and posting it on Facebook. We have lots of photos and videos in Facebook, but not organized at all. So it's a huge job to do.
Yeah, and Facebook is not the place for the long term to keep anything, basically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that Poshut wanted to raise a question, please. Can we go to Poshut?
Yeah, I just read from your English presentation, of course, that you want to explain, that you wonder why Mozambique is not much explained in the East Timorese solidarity, and most of the story is written by the elites. But when we talk about history written by the elites, isn't that the elites have their own interests? So how far the elites archive can be considered, how far we can use this archive, this personal archive, because again, it's personal. There never be one side of the history, but just because one is preserved and the other one have no chance to be preserved, then how in the future we can make historical event, historical, you know, story of it. That's one thing. How about the idea of helper? So there's this image. We just have the image, or maybe I think that I will reflect on what happened with the Indonesian one. So is the story or the archive is most, I will say, quite number of from the NGO stories. So isn't that sometimes because the NGO don't involve much in Mozambique, they mostly the NGOs from Portugal or Australia or Canada or something. So the story about solidarity, the story about archive regarding with the Timorese support is coming from that country, from because they have more NGOs, because you know NGOs, and they write the report where they come from, and maybe is it possible, because that's kind of something might happen to, like, I don't know how far the Mozambique's NGO involved in this, but how would you say about that? And the last thing is the idea of helper, because maybe a language barrier, I would say, or the idea of helper that the Timorese is supposed to be held by Portuguese as their former colonial, instead of Mozambique as the fellow colony, maybe that kind of idea. So what do you think about this? Thank you.
Okay, who wants to try and answer the comments by Poshut? Marisa?
I'm not sure I can help with everything, if I understood everything, but I can answer about NGOs. I think that idea is not really, I mean, I won't say truthful, but the reality of Mozambique, so we are talking about the 70s throughout 99, is that it's one of the you are talking about the presence of international NGOs there, or because it's a country that had a lot of NGOs. It was a country that had intervention from United Nations. So a bit like Timor-Leste afterwards, it was a country that had the presence of many international organizations, even in the 70s, because it was connected with so many liberation movements. So you can see that Australia was connected to Mozambique through the anti-apartheid movement. Many NGOs from Australia were there, for example. And there were also civil society organizations in Mozambique that were working on the issue of Timor-Leste, so inside the country. So I'm not sure that that would be true. But the fact that we don't know a lot about this history is more connected, I think, with the people that are doing the history and how, like Daniel said, the power of history in contemporary East Timor-Leste politics. Because I think once you start talking about the issue, you will see many connections. For example, even Australians that were fighting for Zimbabwe independence or anti-apartheid movement had connections with the Timor-Leste issue too. So I think it's also a question of an Eurocentric history, which is very much focused on European countries or United States or England, and it's not focused in other countries in the South. So there is an imaginary in many countries that Africa is a continent, and people don't know the countries that are inside Africa often, and portray Africa as only a place where only war and devastation occurs. So people don't imagine that from an African country can come a strong solidarity movement. And this is my opinion, that this contributes a lot to the way we write history and produce knowledge. So I think it's more connected with that. And I think as an Indonesian, you will understand that, because probably many things, for example, the movement coming out from Indonesia is also not very well known yet. I mean, there is more studies about the role of Indonesia now, but we don't know much about the solidarity from other Asian countries with Timor-Leste, and they existed. We don't know a lot about the Pacific countries, and for example, we know that Vanuatu had a strong solidarity with Timor-Leste, but there's nothing written on it. So I think it has to do with that. It's my
perhaps that's what I'm saying about language barrier, I think, because English is more accessible, maybe, yeah, and most of this movement they write in their own language. So we just say that because they're not saying a word doesn't mean they're not helping, doesn't mean they're not there. They actually write something. It's just that we as the researcher have a limitation, and that's what I really suggest, and very much happy with this international things, because we suppose that there's no one that can have all the information, and that's the things that we're really supposed to share, I guess. So thank you.
Okay. Who else wants to use the floor?
Can I ask a question? Peter here. Can I just ask a question?
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Peter.
My question is a very specific one, and perhaps someone can answer it. I hope it's not too off topic. During 1978, I was recording the Radio Mabori radio link, which were going via Dennis Sweeney to Mozambique. Some of those key recordings are now missing, which I would like to clean the ones at the end regarding Operation Skylight. I wonder if you'd know it's possible they could have survived in Mozambique in the archives there.
Marisa, maybe?
Yeah, hi, Peter. You're talking about the actual recordings.
Yeah, or perhaps related documents to them. Sorry if it's a bit specific. If it's quite possible, you may not know, but I hope
yes, I didn't focus specifically on that operation and I mean the controversy behind it or around it. I'm not sure if people Timorese have that recording. My understanding is that there would be documents from the side of the Frelimo government about the controversy that followed, but they're not accessible. So I think I would be sure that Frelimo has, because there were encounters between at the time, I think Gebuza and Oscar Monteiro and other ministers that were more connected with the East Timorese delegation in Mozambique. And so I think they had meeting and discussed. There must be documents about that meeting and the position of the government of Mozambique at the time, but they are not easily accessible. And so I haven't really encountered those types of information. Though I interviewed Lionel, who was the person that was attacked after in connection with those problems later on. But yeah, that is difficult to know. I haven't done research specifically on that.
Thanks.
Okay.
I make a comment on that, if I may. I don't want to sidetrack us, but I've sort of found, if you like, some of those end of 1978 recordings and have the permission of the owner to make them available. So it's my intention to do that, sometime this year. And there are other bits and pieces of documents, but it leads me to a more general question in this area, which I wanted to put to Daniel perhaps, or Marisa. And I'm sorry to focus on the elite because I know Daniel's thing was sort of looking at them, but also more broadly. But what we do know is that Frelimo played a very significant role in managing the serious dispute that arose within the external delegation based in Maputo. And it made me wonder to what extent Frelimo played a role more generally in, if you like, the political development of the external delegation. Do you have either of you have any insights into that sort of role that Frelimo might have played? Thank you.
I don't know if, thank you, John. Thank you for the question. I don't know if I understood everything, but about the relationship, the Frelimo political and the position, the situation of the Timorese diplomatic front. One question, I researched the relationship with the Latin America in the question of Timor too. So one visit of Mario Cachiri to Argentina precisely after to the Malvinas War. We have a war in Malvinas. So between Argentina and Inglaterra, in this moment, Zamora was making some negotiation with Margaret Thatcher because the apartheid issue. In this relationship between Zamora Machel and Margaret Thatcher and Timorese in Argentina, the delegation, the document, I read in the document, offer some suggest some difficult and suggest the interference of the Indonesia embassy in Argentina for the trip. I don't know if your question, John, sorry, but is important. One thing for my research is important and is understand how the relationship, the transnational relationship with the external front, Timorese front, have some local impacts in different locales. In Brazil is very, very strong. We had a dictatorship, military dictatorship in this moment, and now we come back to have now. But in this moment, it was very strong. The difficult So in this moment, in 70, in begins of 80s, here, the only solidarity is with the Brazilian politicals in the exile, not in Brazilian here in the territory. Thank you.
If I understood well, John, you are asking about the role of Frelimo in solving the dispute between the external delegation of Fretilin in Mozambique, is it?
It wasn't, I mean, that was an example I was raising, which we know about. What I was asking was the more general question.
Okay.
I mean, one of the questions I have in my own sort of thinking about this, and really the 1978 events sort of, for other reasons, sort of pose this question. But anyway, when I saw the slides, particularly I think from Daniel, I was thinking, I wonder if Frelimo played some political development role. I mean, we had the Fretilin representatives living in Mozambique, but they were all, as one of the beautiful photographs showed us today, very young, really. The truth is they were very inexperienced with everything. Yeah. And so I was trying to get a feeling for what role, what support they may have been given by Frelimo or some parts of Frelimo in their sort of political thinking and development. But maybe that's too big a question, I don't know. But.
No, I think I understand now. And I think Danielle partially replied. So there are several examples where the Frelimo government, which was more experienced at that time, helped East Timorese, for example, going to the United Nations and using their offices. And also, I think I'm sure, because some Mozambican told me this, they guided them often, especially in diplomatic missions. East Timorese would go together with the diplomatic corps of Mozambique to several meetings and bilateral meetings in other countries. So it was sort of a training, diplomatic training. And so Maria Alcatiri and Roque Rodrigues and others went often together to meetings for non-aligned movement. They would be integrated in the diplomatic delegation. And it's not only men. I also heard from Filomena Almeida and other East Timorese women and Marina Alcatiri. They also went on visits in Africa, visited and met Julius Nyerere and other African leaders. So they gained a lot of that. Because as you said, they were inexperienced. And there is even an interesting quote from José Luís Guterres, who I interviewed, who says that the first time they met Samara Machel, at the end he said that, and now my colleagues will take you to the best, how do you say, tailor in Maputo for you to get nice clothes for you to be able to represent a country, because Xavier do Amaral and in the first delegation they were dressing a bit, sloggy, and so he said, you cannot, defend your country with those clothes. You have to have proper clothes. So he went into this type of detail, this support, and I'm sure political support also was in. And it would even go further to Xanana when he was in Salemba. There is also an history that is not very well known, that he was also advised by Mozambican politicians, Oscar Monteiro, Prakash, I forgot his last name. So politicians that were from the government, that in the first years when Xanana was still in prison were also visiting. I mean the connection between Nelson Mandela and the visit of Nelson Mandela to Xanana is also connected with the Mozambican link, especially Graça Machel. So there is this kind of political diplomatic support throughout the years. Sorry to.
I could even add a small thing to that. When I was involved in Friends of East Timor, I think it would have been 80, 81, there was a Mozambican delegation who visited for a peace conference, and they even reached out to our very small group and invited us to dinner and wanted to know what we were doing. And we were just a small, the Timor support group in Perth at the time. So and it was also with Father Fernandez, who was known to them, of course.
Okay, I think I will now ask everybody if there is last few couple of questions. It can be extended to previous sessions of this panel because we'll need to wind up shortly. But I presume that most of the presenters are still on. So if anyone has any further questions. No? Everybody's happy with what we got from this panel. Great. So we will adjourn.
David's got one.
Oh, David.
I see Pochard has hand raised in the participants panel as well.
Sorry, I don't seem to be seeing the raised hands. Sorry.
Yeah. I was just going to regarding African support for Timor, there's a likelihood perhaps that the legacy of Pan-African support for Papuan independence from the 1960s may have played in. And I wonder if that can be added to any of the analysis. But mostly I wanted to ask about, and this again is an archival question, but particularly with personal collections, men feel like their papers are more worth preserving than women do. And archives tend to collect men's papers more than women's papers. We've had a paper about women in this Mozambique-Timor connection, but what can we do to, what can be done to preserve women's memories in order to avoid telling only a partial history that's based only on men's voices?
It's a good question, David. I think Teresa made a huge job in this way to collect memories and to write about them. And I know lots of new work that are going on about it. Hannah is doing something. I am trying to do something, but maybe we need to think about a female archive or something that really stress this point of view of the history, that it's pretty much different from the men's side, you know. And when I was thinking about the small relationships, the emotional connections about the women in exile and all these things, the question is exactly like this: what we can do about it, to record and to write down this, to preserve. And there's no official way to think about just women movement. There is something in the CAVR records about the women role in guerrilla, but we need to work on it, maybe in a international solidarity, thinking about Mozambique, Australia, and Portugal, and start to collect the records and the archives of the women to organize it. Yeah.
Any other comment? So we will adjourn now. There is a book launch for David's book, right? And because there is a panel which is running until later on, we will have the book launch at a time which will be very difficult for our friends in the East, Australia and Indonesia. It will be in 2.5 hours time. We have now a big interval. I think that some of you may collapse before that, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. You can take a nap and wake up again for David's book in 2.5 hours. You know, the room is the book launch room, and tomorrow the program will continue. Marisa and David have got a panel tomorrow, and then on Thursday, Mike and Zelia will have another panel on the resistance. So plenty of interests to keep us going on in this conference. So see you later, people.